time of crisis. This program provided more than 156 million boxes to households across the United States. And with this program, farmers were able to redirect their products, and American workers were able to sustain their employment or join new ventures, all to ensure fresh foods found their way into the homes of millions in need. Regardless of the cherry-picked hiccups this committee and USDA's listening session were made aware of, the program worked exactly as intended. Shamefully, and because this was the brainchild of President Trump, the Biden administration has decided again to ignore rural America and continue to fund programs that favor billion-dollar organizations in the cities that they serve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my.
Recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mark the 106th anniversary of the Armenian Genocide, the first genocide of the 20th century. This atrocity saw the massacre of more than 1.5 million men, women, and children at the hands of the Ottoman Empire. As a young boy in Fresno, my Armenian friends told me the stories of the horrors that their parents and grandparents witnessed. They never forgot the tragedy, and never will I. After decades of inaction, both the House and the Senate passed resolutions in 2019 last year calling for the recognition of the Armenian Genocide. It's my hope that the Biden administration will officially recognize these crimes against humanity. Just the past year, we witnessed another atrocity against the Armenian people in Artsakh. There is no denying the attacks made by Azerbaijan and Turkey were premeditated, coordinated, in an effort to eliminate the indigenous Armenian population in Artsakh. Though no words on our part can undo the terror and brutality suffered by the Armenians, actions can. We can learn from these atrocities and commit ourselves to ensuring that something like this never happens again. For starters, by requiring Azerbaijan and Turkey to comply with their agreement to release prisoners of war and civilians held captive by Azerbaijan. It's time the United States reestablish its presence in this part of the world by standing up for human rights. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address also a critical need for infrastructure in America. It's time that we build new transportation systems and rehabilitate structures to support a modern economy and a way of life in the 21st century. President Biden's American Jobs Plan is an attempt to do just that with historic investments in improving infrastructure and putting millions of people to work. We need that. The goals of this plan is to help all Americans. I urge my Republican colleagues to help forge a bipartisan package to invest in America. When it comes to transportation, California is leading the way by building the nation's first sustainable, true state-of-the-art high-speed rail project. It will deliver fast, reliable, eco-friendly way to connect Los Angeles to the Bay Area and ultimately 80% of the state's population, getting cars off the roads and cleaning our air. It will spur an investment in the economy that will deal with the economic fallout of the pandemic, creating reliable, good-paying jobs, supporting small businesses, and investing in socially disadvantaged communities. In my home of California, San Joaquin Valley, we are already seeing the benefits of high-speed rail. My legislation, the High-Speed Rail Corridor Act of 2021, will help fund this forward-thinking project and other rail corridors across the nation. Big projects, we know, are hard. They always have been. So bold action, if we're serious about improving our future, is necessary. Since I first came to Congress, it has been one of my highest priorities to invest in America's infrastructure. What do I mean by this? Investing in our nation's water infrastructure, a 21st century system of transportation, nationwide broadband, and our schools, all investments that the majority of Americans want to see us make. The debate we're engaged in now is how we define and what we can agree on in terms of infrastructure and how we pay for it, because we must. So let's show the American people that their government can work together and make important investments that are long overdue, that will benefit America and regain our lead. Today, we rank 13th in the world in terms of infrastructure. That's not the place America ought to be. We need to make these investments in our people and in our country, good investments that will pay dividends for the future Americans and future generations to come. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor and recognition of Matthew Gruda, my senior advisor and someone who has become both a friend and a confidant. Matt will be departing our team and beginning a new exciting chapter in his home state of Florida. And I'd like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to Matt and the remarkable work he's done for our team over the past 2 years. Matt joined our team in 2019 and quickly became an asset to both our team and our district. His expertise, sincerity, thoughtfulness, quick wit, and always pleasant demeanor made him fast friends with so many in our community with a wide range of personalities for sure. He has touched so many lives, and he has made more of an impact than he realizes. I could rattle off a list, Mr. Speaker, of wins and crucial behind-the-scenes tasks attributed to Matt, but we would be standing here for quite a while. So to be brief, I want to thank him from the bottom of my heart for his many incredible efforts, not just for Team Fitzpatrick, but for so many organizations, schools, businesses, local government officials, municipalities, and people across Pennsylvania's 1st Congressional District. Matt does all things with passion, and he has given so much of his heart to our community. And so much of what has been accomplished over the past 2 years would not have been possible without Matt's contributions. Matt's drive and determination and positivity and compassion are a winning combination and truly a rarity in this world. And I believe this is why he has been and will continue to be so successful in all walks of life. He recognizes the importance and the value of differing opinions and how we can learn from those who think differently than us. And to produce success, we often need to think outside the box. And to best serve our community and our country, we must give everything we have and never give up. He has led our team for over 2 years in this matter, inspiring creativity, collaboration, and passion throughout our ranks. And Mr. Speaker, perhaps Matt's most admirable quality is his resiliency. I've spoken to Matt's mom, Zena, who talked about his road to get here was full of challenges, bumps, twists, and turns, and yet he faces each one of them with an open mind and looks at them as an opportunity to learn, to improve, and grow better. From an early age, Matt's love of baseball was apparent. He would spend hours and hours practicing and throwing a ball against the wall, and once on the field, his eyes and smile reflected his unbridled enthusiasm and deep-rooted passion for the game. On the field, he was in complete control, and nothing else mattered. Simply to be there in uniform along with his teammates was a great feeling for him. And then in 7th grade, he developed a tumor on his spine. And after 3 extensive surgeries, Mr. Speaker, he was told he could not play the game anymore. And for most kids, that heart-wrenching gut punch would be a pivotal moment in their life, one that they would give up in defeat. But not Matt Gruda. He faced a challenge and the unknown. He decided to seize on the opportunity, becoming the youngest assistant coach and umpire in the history of the league. He confronted his adversity not with a stumbling block and not viewing it as a stumbling block, but as a stepping stone to success. And he has continued to build stepping stones of success with every challenge he's faced. And in speaking with the people that know Matt best, they describe him as someone who does not hold a grudge, who is always looking on the bright side of things, someone who is kind and considerate and is always eager to make you smile, someone who is a good friend, a caring brother, and a wonderful son, and someone who you would always want on your team. And I know that I'm grateful to have had Matt on our team for the past 2 years. He will always have an honorary spot on our bench. As a mentor, Mr. Speaker, I stand here today very proud of what Matt has accomplished and so excited for him to take this next chapter by storm. He's bright and talented and a determined young man, and I look forward to seeing all that he will accomplish in life. And Matt, on behalf of our entire team and our entire community, we thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and the chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. During times of crisis, Mr. Speaker, and upheaval, societies have a unique opportunity to reimagine themselves, to fix wrongs, to make themselves better than they were previously. The pandemic of 1917 created the Roaring Twenties. The aftermath of the Civil War brought railroads, canals, bridges to connect us. The Great Depression gave us the New Deal. After the devastation of the COVID pandemic and the truth reveal of our systemic problems of racism, economic inequality, wealth, and healthcare disparities, we must use this time, this opportunity, to not only forge forward, but to correct wrongs. While the American Rescue Plan is changing the course of the pandemic and delivering relief for working families, this is not the time to build back the way things were. This is a moment to reimagine, rebuild a new economy. The American Jobs Plan is an investment in America that will create millions of good jobs, rebuild our country's infrastructure, and position the United States to outcompete China and other nations. The American Jobs Plan will invest in America in a way that we have not invested since we built the interstate highways and won the space race. The United States of America is the wealthiest country in the world, yet we rank 13th when it comes to overall quality of our infrastructure. Public domestic investment as a share of the economy has fallen more than 40% since the 1960s. After decades of disinvestment, our roads, bridges, and water systems are crumbling. Our electric grid is vulnerable to catastrophic outages. Too many lack access to affordable, high-speed internet and to quality housing. The past year has led to job losses, threatened economic security, eroding more than 30 years of progress in women's labor force participation. It has unmasked the fragility of our caregivers' infrastructure. It has never been more important for us to invest in strengthening our infrastructure and our competitiveness, and in creating good-paying union jobs of the future. This must include a 21st century infrastructure, deployment of broadband, closing the digital divide in this country, creating modern bridges that will unite and create more economic and opportunity of equity in our country. Unlike past major investment, President Biden's plan also prioritizes addressing long-standing and persistent racial injustice. The plan targets 40% of the benefit of climate and clean infrastructure investment to disadvantaged communities. The investment of $100 billion in broadband internet will be the component that will make America a leader, an innovator once again. Broadband internet is the new electricity. It is necessary for Americans to do their jobs, to create jobs, to participate equally in school learning, healthcare, and to stay connected. It's estimated, however, that 10%, over 30 million Americans, live in areas where there is inadequate or no broadband infrastructure. Americans living in rural areas, on tribal lands, in territories, particularly lack adequate access. Even in our urban areas, many have stark differences in access to internet, to jobs. President Biden's America Jobs Plan is visionary and exactly what people across this country have been asking from our nation's leaders for years, even decades. Representing the Virgin Islands, I'm especially excited of his focus on building infrastructure that is resilient to our changing climate, electrifying highway systems, investing heavily in transit and other cleaner mobility options, and working to eliminate the digital divide. In announcing this plan, the President has taken our voices, the voices in Congress, and has put those words into action. The American Jobs Plan will not only make bold, transformational investment in our nation's transportation infrastructure, it will do so with an emphasis on creating good-paying jobs, supporting American manufacturing, investing in rural and urban communities alike. Earlier this year, New Democratic Coalition unveiled our agenda for the first 100 days of the 117th Congress. The New Dems share the Biden-Harris administration's vision to build back better, and we will work together to move our country forward. We must rebuild our community and our economy better than before with the American Jobs Plan. Now is the time to think boldly with a once-in-a-century investment
gentlewoman's
to
time
create
has
millions
expired.
of good-paying jobs. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair will now recognize the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to commemorate the anniversary of a tragic loss of a 55th Wing RC-135 Cobra Ball aircraft on the remote island of Shemya, Alaska. 40 years ago last month, Cobra Ball tail number 2664 crashed on approach to Shemya Air Force Base, a rugged outpost on the far western tip of the Aleutian Islands. 6 brave airmen, Americans, perished in that fiery crash that day, an eternal reminder of the cost of the Cold War and the price of vigilance we often take for granted. The RC-135 reconnaissance aircraft, designated the Cobra Ball, is designed to rapidly collect telemetry and special intelligence on ballistic missiles in flight. Throughout the Cold War and to the present day, reconnaissance crews from the 55th Wing are dispatched on short notice around the world to fly the RC-135 to gather technical intelligence on weapons tests that cannot be attained by any other method. This information is used to verify treaty compliance and to support the continuous development of America's strategic and theater missile defense capabilities. Throughout the Cold War, the Strategic Air Command kept the Cobra Ball on a continuous 24-hour alert status on Shemya Island in the northern Pacific, affectionately known as the Rock. Their job was to launch at a moment's notice, to keep a watchful eye on Soviet ballistic missile tests conducted from the Kamchatka Peninsula. On March 15, 1981, the 24 crew members on board the RC-135 were en route to Shemya from Eielson Air Force Base, Alaska, where they had been awaiting for the weather at Shemya to clear. Blizzard conditions and extreme crosswinds were ravaging the small, exposed island. The weather was not uncommon, just another day at the office for the 55th Wing air crews. However, after receiving clearance to land, weather conditions deteriorated rapidly. First-hand accounts from crew members on board described the violent buffeting they experienced on descent. It's like being on the end of a yo-yo. The belly of the aircraft struck the edge of a cliff on the approach end of the runway, shearing off the landing gear. As the damaged aircraft slammed into the runway, engines 3 and 4 exploded and the fuselage broke in half. Flames engulfed the crew compartment as the disintegrating aircraft slid 2,000 feet, eventually careening off the runway and down a hill. The scene was chaotic as crew members worked to free themselves and their teammates from the burning wreckage while the blizzard raged. Miraculously, 18 crew members escaped from the flames that day. Their bodies burned and broken. They worked feverishly to extract their fellow airmen from the fiery wreckage. In the end, 6 men died on that lonely airfield that day. Their names were Major William Bennett, Captain Larry Mayfield, First Lieutenant Lauren Ginter, Master Sergeant Stephen Kish, Staff Sergeant Stephen Balser, and Staff Sergeant Harry Parsons III. We honor their service and their sacrifice and commend their spirit to the Creator. We pray for their families and loved ones who cherish their memory. We also honor the survivors of this tragic crash who will forever bear the scars of their service and the memory of that day. We may never forget what they gave to the cause of freedom, and that it was the dedication of warriors like these that won the Cold War. And may we pledge to honor their sacrifice by recommitting ourselves to eternal vigilance in the defense of freedom. I yield back.
And yields back the balance of his time. The chair will now recognize the gentlewoman from Virginia, Mrs. Laurie, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 2368, the Covenant Act, legislation to ensure our nation's veterans can receive the benefits they deserve after being exposed to toxic substances in the course of their service. Mr. Speaker, protecting the quality of life of our veterans is a top priority of this Congress, and particularly for my colleagues on the House Veterans Affairs Committee, where I chair the Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs Subcommittee. One such veteran I have the privilege of representing, Master Sergeant Brian Graves of Virginia Beach, flew missions over the Middle East for the United States Air Force. Today, he lives with breathing problems after inhaling jet fumes and being exposed to other toxins during his time of service. The Covenant Act will dramatically streamline the VA benefits process for thousands of veterans like Master Sergeant Graves. Between June 2007 and February 2021, we know that 13,900 veterans filed a disability benefit claim related to toxic exposure. Of those nearly 14,000 veterans, Mr. Speaker, only 4,000 claims were granted. That is simply unacceptable. We cannot allow history to repeat itself. Veterans like myself watched our peers who served in Vietnam wait decades for the benefit they deserve. The recent veterans who served in the Middle East, Southwest Asia, East Africa, and the Philippines need our help today. They are hurting, Mr. Speaker, and in some cases, dying. Congress must not neglect them in their time of need. That is why I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the Covenant Act, a comprehensive approach to securing benefits for veterans exposed to toxic substances overseas. I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back the balance of her time. The chair will now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Corpus Christi, Texas Police Chief Mike Markle on his career of public service and to congratulate him on his upcoming retirement. From his service in the United States Navy as a hospital corpsman to his 31-year career service at the Corpus Christi Police Department, Chief Markle has consistently placed the needs of others before himself. Enlisting in the police academy in 1989, he protected the streets for many years with courage and determination. He has served as a field training officer on the Honor Guard and on the SWAT team. Corpus Christi turned to him to lead during the police department's transition in 2015. As head of the Corpus Christi PD, he pursued excellence in leadership and a commitment to learning. His priority was to improve community outreach and address the modern challenges of policing. His legacy of helping others stretches beyond his police work as he currently serves on the board of directors for the Wesley Community Center. There is no question that Chief Markle left a lasting impact on the coastal Bend region, and he will be sorely missed. I thank him for his commitment to protecting the citizens of Corpus Christi and wish him well in his future endeavors. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The speaker seeing no further members, pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair now declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by the chaplain, Chaplain Gibbon.
Would you pray with me? Gracious God, we earnestly pray today to walk in your presence. With you beside us, may your nearness both inspire and compel us to take steps in response to your divine mercy, in obedience to your divine guidance, and in gratitude for your divine compassion for us. May each thought that comes to our minds be of your will. May each aspiration our souls conjure be worthy of your blessing. May every action we take reveal your love to those who need it so desperately. May every word we speak give honor to you. It is our humble prayer that in everything we do today, we would be instruments of your transcendent love in this place, of your sacrificial love for all of creation, and of your redeeming love for this world and for each of your children. We offer ourselves to you in the hope of your mercy and in the strength of your name. Amen.
Thank you. Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Days proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Feenstra. Will Representative-elect Letlow and members of the Louisiana delegation present themselves in the well? Will Representative-elect Letlow and members of the Louisiana delegation present themselves in the well? All members will rise, and the representative-elect will please raise her right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of your office on which you are about to enter, so help you God? Congratulations, you are now a member of the 117th Congress. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
To speak out of order for 1 minute, Madam Speaker.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's with great honor that on behalf of the entire Louisiana delegation and behalf of all of my colleagues, we welcome Julia Letlow to Congress. It's been quite a journey, and it's not a journey that she walks alone. This has been Julia and Luke Letlow's journey for over a year, and we all still grieve for the loss of Luke. Tragically died just days before he would have been sworn into Congress. But Julia never backed down, never looked back. She moved forward and she said, we're going to continue this journey on. And with her beautiful family, and I know up in the balcony we have her 3-year-old son, Jeremiah, and her 1-year-old daughter, Jacqueline. We welcome them. As well as both Julia and Luke's families who are in the balcony. There are so many great tributes and attributes that Julia is going to bring to this Congress. She graduated from the University of Louisiana at Monroe. She's been in higher education her entire life and truly dedicated her life to serving others. And she will be serving on the Education and Workforce Committee as well as on the Agriculture Committee, two things that are going to be very important to enrich this country as well as her district. But she's got a great record of service. We are so excited to have her in our delegation. We're especially proud that Julia becomes today the first Republican woman ever elected to Congress from Louisiana. And with that, let me welcome our newest member of Congress, Julia Letlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor and a privilege to stand here today as the first Republican woman elected to Congress from Louisiana. Representing the people of the 5th Congressional District is a great responsibility, and I pledge to work hard for you in Congress. My district is blessed with some of the best resources in the nation, and no one knew that better than my husband, Luke, who was elected to this very seat, but who we lost to COVID just days before he was set to take office. Luke and I were a team with a goal to better our state and our country. I want to thank him for paving the way for me. I'm here today to carry that torch forward, to be a voice for our farmers, to champion education, to help bring broadband to our rural communities, and to ensure our economy is thriving again. The last year has not been easy for our country. Too many families like mine have experienced tragedy because of this pandemic. To those families, I see you, I hear you, and most importantly, I pray with you. I want to thank my family, both the Letlows and the Barnhills, for being the rock-solid, godly people you are in my life. I also cannot thank my staff, the Louisiana delegation, and my congressional colleagues enough for guiding me and welcoming me so fully. And I thank everyone who has reached out and prayed for my family these past few months. Today, as I start my journey in Congress, I choose hope. I want to be part of a revival of honesty, integrity, and hard work within these hallowed halls. I will stand up for what is right and true, bringing hope of a better tomorrow for my children and for yours. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield my remaining time.
Congratulations, Congresswoman Letlow, and much success to you. Under Clause 5D now, with your swearing in, 5D of Rule 20, the House announces to the House that, in light of the administration of the oath to the gentlewoman from Louisiana, the whole number of the House is 430. Let us again salute your family.
Does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Democratic Caucus, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 310, resolved that the following name member be and is hereby.
Consent that the resolution be considered as read and printed in the record.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the House Republican Conference, I send to the desk privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 311, resolved that the following name member be and is hereby elected to the following standing committees of the House of Representatives. Committee on Education and Labor, Ms. Letlow. Committee on Agriculture, Ms. Letlow.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, then the motion is reconsidered is laid on the table. The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, today I rise to congratulate the winner of the Ohio 9th Congressional District's second annual Congressional App Challenge, James Bish of Bay High School in Bay Village, Ohio. James' app, called Anonymous FRQ Grading, is an impressive tool for teachers and students to submit responses to essay questions free of bias in evaluation. James's application received strong scores in each phase, from concept to design to the skills shown to produce it. The judges for this year's competition included computer science professionals and scholars from across the district, such as Max Herzog from the Cleveland Water Alliance and Kelly Zalesnik from Lorain County Community College. I'm amazed by the strong showing of submissions and participation from across the district we received this year. Developing STEM education must be a priority, not only within our community, but across our nation as well, and the Congressional App Challenge is an opportunity to foster such critical skills. I offer my sincerest congratulations to James Bish on his win and thank him for the impressive and important work that went into creating this app, and I thank James' teacher at Bay High, Rob Grossman, who provided guidance and mentorship to James during this challenge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute, revised and extend.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to implore my colleagues to join me in the fight to protect the most vulnerable in our society, infants that survive abortions. Again and again, more than 75 times, Democrats have refused to even allow a vote on my legislation, the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. This, Mr. Speaker, is shameful. Every child should be welcomed with joy and wonder, no matter the circumstances of their birth. I will not stop until the work of this legislation is passed and signed into law, so all newborns have a chance at life. Just 2 hours ago, Representative Kat Cammack she filed a discharge petition so that Democrats can't continue to block the Born Alive Act. It is my sincerest hope that every member of Congress, Democrat or Republican, finds the courage to add their name to this petition. It's the simplest decision that any of us can make. Do you support babies receiving life-saving care after they're born, or would you deny these children the care and murder them or leave them to die in front of you? I'm challenging Congress to stand up and do the right thing and urge my colleagues to sign the discharge petition to ensure no American child is denied medical care. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I rise to ask unanimous consent to address the House for up to 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, some of my Dr. Caucus colleagues and I took a trip to the southern border to observe the ongoing humanitarian crisis. What we saw was nothing short of tragic. The bottom line is that the situation stems from several key Biden policies that have created an incentive for migrants to cross the border illegally. President Biden abolished the successful Remain in Mexico policy, despite the fact that it helped migrants avoid numerous dangers. The policy was accompanied by his administration's moratorium on deportations and not abiding by Title 42's expressed purpose. Let there be no mistake. No one gets into this country without the expressed permission of our drug cartels in our southern border. Not only illegal immigrants are coming in, but drugs, weapons, and the amount of human trafficking are coming now in record numbers. Even worse, this crisis falls on terrified, unaccompanied children. I will never forget seeing a 4-year-old with nothing on her back except her clothes and a telephone number written in Sharpie upon her chest. Securing our border will only end this crisis, and I ask the Biden administration to return to the previous administration's border policies. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, I was proud to serve on the House China Task Force with a number of my Republican colleagues. Over 6 months, through engagement and consultation with national security and trade officials, foreign policy experts, the business community, and government officials, we compiled and unveiled a comprehensive report with more than 400 policy recommendations for how to address the existential challenges posed by China. Addressing the challenges posed by China will be one of the greatest issues Congress and our country faces in the decades to come. As we confront these issues, bipartisan work is needed. The China Task Force report provides a roadmap with specific policy ideas and goals regarding how the U.S. can better combat the threat of the Chinese Communist Party. 2/3 of the legislative recommendations are bipartisan, and overall, more than a quarter of the recommendations have already become law or have been implemented by the prior Trump administration. As a member of the Ways and Means Committee, we authored important provisions of the report that will help return American intellectual property and critical supply chains to the United States. We also included legislation to reform and strengthen the World Trade Organization to level the playing field for American trade. To preserve and grow the national economic security, we need to act. I ask everyone to read the report, work with us to get this done in a bipartisan way.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Iowa seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the birthday of Ralph Johnson from Cherokee, Iowa, who turned 100 years on Monday. Ralph is a member of the greatest generation, serving in the Navy during World War II. He truly embodies bravery, courage, and selfless sacrifice as an American patriot, working as a head mechanic in the Pacific Theater. If you talk to Ralph, he'll tell you his harrowing stories of his service, like the time the Japanese flew so close to his ship that he could see the pilots' faces. On behalf of a grateful nation, thank you, Ralph, for your service and sacrifice. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize Linda Summerfield and David Scott, who made Ralph's special day great. Happy birthday, Ralph. We wish you many blessings, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank a young girl in my district for her charitable actions this year. For her birthday, or for most 6-year-olds at their birthday, they ask their parents for gifts, a dollhouse, a puppy, or a trip to Disney World. But Dempsey Wagner of Lee County has decided to use her special day to raise funds to help keep Iowans safe. Dempsey, who tragically lost 2 relatives to drowning in 2017, is using her 6th birthday to help raise money for the Lee County Rescue Boat. The rescue boat, along with the trained dive team, have the capability to save many lives on the Mississippi and Des Moines River and surrounding Lee County lakes. Last year, Dempsey used her 5th birthday to raise $3,000 for the Lee County Crime Stoppers police puppies. But this year, Dempsey has used her 6th birthday and more than doubled her record, raising over $13,610 for the Lee County Rescue Boat. My husband Kurt and I were proud to contribute to this worthy cause. It's Iowa Nice stories like this that make me more proud to represent Iowa and the 2nd District. Keep up the good work, Dempsey, and thank you for making both Lee County and Iowa safer. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend remarks.
Without objection, gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Weeks ago, the Biden administration made Vice President Kamala Harris the border czar. The question I have is, which border? We learned today that Czar Kamala is traveling to Guatemala. While we do need cooperation with Guatemala in halting the flow of illegal entrants from Central America, it defies logic that weeks after her appointment, SAR Kamala Harris has not visited the very border, our border with Mexico, that she has been tasked with protecting. It seems as if the Biden-Harris administration has gone out of its way to ignore the seriousness of the border crisis it has created. Even as the number of illegal border crossers and unaccompanied minors shatter records, Democrats have declared that everything under the sun is infrastructure except a border wall. In fact, a wall protecting our border might be the only thing Democrats do not want to throw money at right now. To the Biden administration and SAR Kamala, border security is national security. And the American people are pleading with you to take steps to end this crisis you've created. It's time to answer their call. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Over the last few months, the situation at our border has evolved into a serious crisis caused by policy changes from the Biden administration that have incentivized illegal immigration. This is not my opinion. This is the information received firsthand on my recent trip to the border. These policy changes include ending the Remain in Mexico policy, implementing catch and release, and suspension of the portion of Title 42 which allowed for expelling unaccompanied minors. I witnessed massively overcrowded rooms or pods where many children were held for weeks. The enormous influx of illegals has given the drug cartels the insidious opportunity to ship drugs into our country, leading to an increase of fentanyl smuggling by more than 2,000% and illegal weapons by more than 100%. And of grave concern to those I spoke with is the rumor that Title 42 will be fully rescinded by the White House, which would lead, Mr. Speaker, to an unmitigated disaster at our border. We ask President Biden and Vice President Harris to actually visit the border, speak with the agents on the ground, and learn what's going on. This is not a Republican or a Democrat issue. This is a humanitarian and national security crisis that can be solved. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
To seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor Dorothy Williams Moore on the occasion of her 100th birthday. Dorothy was born in Hamptonville, North Carolina. She graduated from Catawba College, class of 1942, majoring in home economics. On March 20, 1946, she married Thomas Moore and moved to Charlotte. Dorothy and Thomas had 4 children, Luther, Luana, Neil, and Cynthia. Dorothy has proudly served as a mother, homemaker, and substitute teacher. She also taught Sunday school. Thomas passed away in 1986 after nearly 40 years of marriage. Dorothy still lives in Charlotte. She has 5 grandchildren and 8 great-grandchildren. A double cancer survivor, she loves music and sang in her church's choir until the onset of COVID-19. She also enjoys sweets, especially chocolate ice cream. Dorothy, it is an honor to pay tribute to you on your 100th birthday. You've led an amazing life, and your family is overjoyed to celebrate it with you. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Sergeant Jim Smith. Sergeant Smith died tragically in the line of duty this past Friday night in Iowa. Sergeant Smith honorably served as an Iowa State Trooper for 27 years. He was an incredible man who loved his family and his state, God, his fellow troopers, and his community in Independence, Iowa. My heart goes out to his wife, Kathy, and their 2 children. I hope that the family can find some comfort in knowing that he did die a hero, protecting his community as he did every day for well over 2 decades. Sergeant Smith and his service and sacrifice for Iowans will never be forgotten. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Seek 1 minute to address the House.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, many families, including my own, have been impacted by cancer. For more than 178,000 Americans diagnosed with a blood cancer like leukemia, lymphoma, or myeloma, the Be the Match program represents hope. Founded in Minnesota, Be the Match runs the world's largest registry designed to connect patients in need of life-saving blood or marrow transplants with a donor. In 2019, Be the Match facilitated over 6,500 transplants, giving hope to countless families around the world. Minnesota has long been a hub for this kind of medical innovation, and as a co-chair of the Personalized Medicine Caucus, I urge all of my colleagues today to support the Transplant Act and reauthorize federal partnerships like Be the Match, which have impacted the lives of millions. Connecting patients with donors and developing the next generation of regenerative medicine truly represents the best of who we are as society. I thank Representative Matsui and the other sponsors of this legislation for their hard work and encourage everyone to help keep hope alive by supporting this bill. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to remove Representatives Bill Huizenga, Jay Obernolte, and Vicente Gonzalez as co-sponsors of H-Res 157.
Without objection, Chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on April 14, 2021 at 11:24 a.m. that the Senate agreed to relative to the death of the United States Capitol Police Officer William Francis Billy Evans, Senate Resolution 152, appointments, Board of Trustees of the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. Signed sincerely, Cheryl L. Johnson.
Pursuant to Clause 4 of Rule 1, the following bill was signed by the Speaker on Tuesday, April the 13th, 2021.
H.R. 1868, a bill to prevent across-the-board spending cuts and for other purposes.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on the motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on the postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 172, the United States Anti-Doping Agency Reauthorization Act of 2021.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 172, a bill to reauthorize the United States Anti-Doping Agency and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. McMorris Rogers, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 172.
Without objection, so ordered.
And Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today in support of H.R. 172, the United States Anti-Doping Agency Reauthorization Act of 2021. For 2 decades, Mr. Speaker, the United States Anti-Doping Agency, or USADA, has worked to ensure integrity in our American Olympic and Paralympic sporting activities through the promotion and support of drug-free competition. Recommended by an Olympic Committee task force, this independent organization was established to manage a comprehensive anti-doping program in the United States. And since its authorization in 2000, USADA has helped to advance clean sports through scientific research, anti-doping education, and outreach programs. To ensure USADA can continue this good work, H.R. 172 would extend and increase the authorization level through fiscal year 2030. Further, this bill would empower USADA to encourage a positive sporting environment for youth athletes by providing educational materials on sportsmanship, character building, and healthy performance. The bill also improves anti-doping efforts in the U.S. by encouraging federal agencies to coordinate and share information with USADA to prevent the use of performance-enhancing drugs and methods. Taken together, these actions will make positive improvements to the good work that USADA is already doing and provide critical support as we lead up to the 2028 Summer Olympic and Paralympic Games in Los Angeles. I want to thank my colleagues, Representative Mike Thompson, Diana DeGette, and Bill Johnson for leading this important bipartisan legislation. I'd also like to thank Ranking Member Rogers and all the members and staff of our committee for their efforts to move this legislation forward in a bipartisan manner. And so, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to speak in support of H.R. 172, the United States Anti-Doping Agency Reauthorization Act, sponsored by Representatives Mike Thompson, Bill Johnson, and Diana DeGette. This bill will reauthorize the U.S. Anti-Doping Agency, USADA, which is the national entity charged with administrating anti-doping programs in the United States for Olympic, Paralympic, Pan American, and Parapan American sports. The U.S. Anti-Doping Agency handles in-competition and out-of-competition testing, results management processes, drug reference, resources, and the athlete education for all U.S. Olympic and Paralympic committee-recognized sport national governing bodies, their athletes and events. USADA is also the administrator for the Ultimate Fighting Championship anti-doping program. Reauthorizing this important agency will further the advancement of clean sports, fair games, and positive sportsmanship. I urge my colleagues to support the bill. We'll be hearing from one of my colleagues here in a moment, a colleague on the committee, Bill Johnson, and also want to thank the chairman for working together to get this done today. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes now to the gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson, who's the lead sponsor of the legislation.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson, is recognized.
I thank the chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 172, bipartisan legislation reauthorizing the United States Anti-Doping Agency, USADA. Since 2001, USADA has been recognized by Congress as the official anti-doping agency for Olympic and Paralympic and other sporting competitions in the United States. The organization conducts drug testing for athletes, manages test results, and pursues bad actors who seek to undermine the principles of clean and fair sport through the use of illicit or banned substances. This important legislation reauthorizes USADA through fiscal year 2030 and provides a slight funding boost to allow USADA to prepare for the 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles, California. In addition, this legislation requires USADA to devote a portion of its funding to clean sports initiatives for young athletes and authorizes the Department of Justice and other federal agencies to cooperate with USADA in the course of its investigations. I'm grateful to my colleagues on the Energy and Commerce Committee for advancing this legislation to the floor, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California yields. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. McMorris Rogers, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield to a colleague and leader on the Energy and Commerce Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Bill Johnson.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the U.S. Anti-Doping Agency Reauthorization Act. Thank you to my colleague, Representative Thompson, for your hard work to get this important legislation across the finish line, and thank you to Ranking Member McMorris Rogers for recognizing me. The United States Anti-Doping Agency, or USADA, has worked hard to ensure that our athletic programs are the best in the world and also the cleanest. Critical to maintaining that success is ensuring our athletes are competing fairly without the use of performance-enhancing drugs, which is why I've introduced the U.S. Anti-Doping Agency Reauthorization Act. USADA must have the resources it needs to ensure the integrity of its programs and advance the American values of sportsmanship and playing by the rules on the global stage. In addition to funding the agency, this legislation adds a special focus on clean sport training for young athletes and their coaches, and enables USADA to better coordinate with federal law enforcement. With the Olympics and other international sporting events just around the corner, I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no additional speakers. I don't know if my colleague does. No. Then I have no additional comments. I would just urge support for the legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no additional speakers. Urge support and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The question, members, is will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 172? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill. Gentleman.
North Carolina. Nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S-578, the FASTER Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 578, an act to improve the health and safety of Americans living with food allergies and related disorders, including potentially life-threatening anaphylaxis, food protein-induced enterocolitis syndrome, and esophageal gastrointestinal diseases, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. McMorris Rogers, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on S-578.
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Food Allergy Safety Treatment Education and Research Act, also known as the FASTER Act. An estimated 32 million Americans, including approximately 1 in every 13 children, are affected by food allergies. These allergies can pose significant risks, particularly when inaccurate food labels fail to warn consumers about the presence of some of these allergens. Under current law, 8 allergens are considered major food allergens. These allergens include milk, eggs, fish, shellfish, tree nuts, wheat, peanuts, and soybeans. Due to their status as major food allergens, manufacturers must clearly state the presence of any of these ingredients on labels. Notably missing from this list of allergens is sesame. Sesame is considered an allergen of growing concern. While its prevalence has more than doubled over the last decade, it is not required to be listed as an allergen on food packaging. In fact, in some cases, a food may contain sesame, but the ingredient won't be listed at all on the labels, instead being referred to through nonspecific terms such as spices, or words that may not be easily recognized by consumers as containing sesame, such as tahini. While many may not recognize the significance of a simple ingredients label, for many families, a lack of clarity on ingredients could mean life or death for those who are allergic to sesame. Clearly, this information should be prominently featured on all packaged food labels. This is an issue we have been working on for quite some time. I previously introduced a bill several years ago that would list sesame as a major food allergen, and although the Food and Drug Administration opened a docket to solicit feedback about sesame labeling, the agency has not been able to require the listing of sesame due to overly long regulatory processes. So today, Mr. Speaker, we're bypassing these regulatory delays and taking action. The appropriately named FASTER Act would quickly move this process along by recognizing sesame as a major food allergen and requiring its listing on new food labels after a phase-in process. The bill will also require FDA to report recommendations on how we can make additional improvements to protect individuals with food allergies, including ways to add additional major food allergens. So I want to thank Representative Matsui for her tireless work on this bill. She's the prime sponsor, and we came so close to getting this over the finish line in the last Congress, and I'm glad that today we're sending this bill to President Biden for his signature. I'm proud to support the legislation, encourage all members to vote for it, and I thank you again. Reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. McMorris Rogers, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of S578, the Food Allergy Safety, Treatment, Education, and Research Act. This legislation is bipartisan, a companion of H.R. 1202 that was led by Representatives McHenry, Gonzalez, and Matsui. S578 will designate sesame as a major food allergen. This means that with the enactment of this legislation, manufacturers would have to list this ingredient on the food packaging label of products containing sesame. Recent studies indicate that sesame allergies are of growing concern in the United States, with a prevalence rate on par with allergies to soy and fish, which are both listed as major allergens under the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. This common sense legislation will provide consumers with the information they need to protect themselves and their families from certain dangerous and life-threatening allergic reactions. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield such time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Matsui, who is the House sponsor of the legislation.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of two of my bills being considered under suspension today, the FASTER Act and the Transplant Act. The Food Allergy Safety, Treatment, Education, and Research Act, FASTER, which wasn't as fast as what I wanted to be, but this act will help to improve the safety of more than 32 million Americans, including 5.6 million children living with potentially life-threatening food allergies. Under current law, mandatory labeling is required for major food allergens recognized by the FDA, like milk, eggs, and peanuts. My grandson, Robbie, has a peanut allergy, and for families like mine, accurate food ingredient labels are vital to making safe and healthy choices. The time we spent reading the labels and having discussions about whether he can go to a birthday party or not, or go to camp or not, and having friends over, it was just heartbreaking. We need to have those labels to be clear. Critically, the FASTER Act extends these labeling protections to nearly 1.6 million Americans allergic to sesame by requiring sesame to be included as an ingredient on a packaged food label. The bill also expands the research necessary to find new treatments as an important step in the right direction to finding an eventual cure for food allergies. Today is a testament to the hard work of thousands of grassroots advocates who sent emails, made calls, and visited members of Congress and staff to build support and make sesame the 9th allergen to be labeled under law. The outpouring of support was incredible. The FASTER Act will truly make a difference for those living with potentially life-threatening food allergies, and we're proud that it can now be sent to President Biden's desk. I also rise today in support of H.R. 941, the Transplant Act, my legislation to reauthorize the C.W. Bill Young cell transplantation program and the National Cord Blood Inventory for another 5 years. Every 3 minutes, someone is diagnosed with blood cancer. For patients and families facing these fatal diseases, a bone marrow or cord blood transplant may be the best treatment or the only potential for a cure. Congress has long recognized a need to coordinate life-saving transplants between patients and unrelated donors at the national level, and has shown strong bipartisan support over the years for the program. We must continue to encourage donors and give these patients with otherwise fatal blood cancers a second chance at life. That is why I joined with Representative Bill Raucus to introduce the Transplant Act. This past year, there has been a new sense of urgency for this timely reauthorization. We have seen how the Be the Matches status as a designated operator of the national program has helped bone marrow couriers continue to facilitate transplants during the pandemic. We must act swiftly to preserve this critical designation and ensure patients with otherwise fatal blood cancers continue to have access to transplants, both during and after the current public health crisis. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation today so it may further prevent any lapse in funding. So thank you very much, and I support both bills, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from California yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, one of the leaders of this legislation, and the leader of the Financial Services Committee, Mr.
Gentleman
McCary.
from North Carolina is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank Leader McMorris Rogers for yielding, classmate and leader of the Energy and Commerce Committee. It's an amazing thing to be here with you today, and it's an amazing thing to be here today to talk about this important bill. As the lead Republican co-sponsor of the House companion to S. 578, I rise in support of the FASTER Act. Millions of Americans suffer from life-threatening food allergies. More than 1.5 million Americans are allergic to sesame in particular. Yet there is no current requirement to include the ingredient on product labels. This legislation would declare it the 9th major allergen to be recognized by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration and update laws to require the labeling of sesame. This bill would also require the Secretary of Health and Human Services to regularly review promising food allergy treatments and research. This is a major priority, a bipartisan priority. These efforts will help slow this rapidly growing disease and ultimately search and find and fund a cure. Finally, the FASTER Act establishes a scientific process and framework for establishing additional allergens covered by the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. I'm proud to serve as co-founder and co-chair of the newly formed Congressional Food Allergy Research Caucus, along with Congresswoman Doris Matsui. We recognize there is more we can do to help those 32 million Americans, including many that are children, who suffer from food allergies. We can and we should do more to increase funding into research, therapies, and treatments for food allergies. Sending this legislation to the President's desk would be a major first step to achieving our goal of improving treatment opportunities. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote yes on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no additional speakers. I don't know.
No, we don't either.
All right, then I would
I should have.
urge my colleagues to support this bill, S578, the FASTER Act, and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Yeah, thank the chairman, thank the speaker. We have no additional speakers, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 578? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative. Gentleman from North Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 189, the John Lewis National Institute of Minority Health and Health Disparities Research Endowment Revitalization Act of 2021.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 189, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to provide that the authority of the Director of the National Institute and Minority Health and Health Disparities to make certain research endowments applies with respect to both current and former centers of excellence and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. McMorris Rogers, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 189.
Without objection, it is so ordered.
And, Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 189, the John Lewis National Institute of Minority Health and Health Disparities Research Endowment Revitalization Act of 2021. This legislation would resume grants to minority academic institutions who fell out of eligibility for funding through the NIMHD Research Endowment Program. By allowing those schools to resume eligibility, we will once again help these institutions conduct critical research into minority health disparities. COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, has further exacerbated many of the inequities that minority communities experience when interacting with the healthcare system, inequities that we know existed long before the pandemic. In order to address the inequities in our healthcare system and in our society, we must confront them head-on and work together to eliminate them. By supporting NIMHD and the academic institutions funded through it, we're helping to advance minority health disparity research and strengthening the diversity of the scientific workforce by recruiting and retaining individuals underrepresented in these fields. And this bill is a step towards progress in an equitable public health system. This bill is named after our former colleague, the late and great Congressman John Lewis of Georgia, who introduced this legislation last Congress. He was a dear friend and a longtime champion of eliminating disparities across the board, and he is certainly missed. But I want to thank my colleagues, the 2 sponsors, Representative Barragan and Carter, for leading the effort on this legislation this year. This is truly bipartisan. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. McMorris Rogers, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 189, the John Lewis NIMDH Research Endowment Revitalization Act, which was introduced by my colleagues, Representative Barragan, Carter, and Taylor. This bill will authorize the National Institute on Minority Health and Health Disparities to award research grants to current and former centers of excellence that conduct research on minority health disparities. Health inequities are disproportionately experienced by minority populations, and these disparities can have adverse impacts on health outcomes, economic opportunities, and overall quality of life. The current COVID-19 pandemic has only underscored these disparities, which is why this bill is so important. Continued support of these centers of excellence is critical in advancing minority health, addressing health inequities, and expanding educational and training opportunities for those interested further in advancing research in this space. I'd like to thank my colleagues, and especially my colleague on the Energy and Commerce Committee for the Republicans, on the Republican side, Representative Buddy Carter, for leading this initiative, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to yield now such time as she may consume to a member of our committee, Congresswoman from California, Ms. Barragan, and she is the lead sponsor of the bill.
Gentlewoman from California, Ms. Barragan, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 189, the John Lewis National Institutes of Minority Health and Health Disparities Research Endowment Revitalization Act. This is a bipartisan bill that I introduced with my colleague from Georgia, Congressman Carter. It's fitting that this bill comes before us during National Minority Health Month, because this legislation moves us closer to ending the public health disparities facing communities of color. We need to understand why people of color are more likely to get certain illnesses. It's a tragic reality, but solutions are out there. H.R. 189 will fund the research that will help us find solutions and save lives. This bill would once again allow for current and former NIMHD or Health Resources and Service Administration Centers of Excellence to receive research endowment funding, money that is critical in the fight to reduce minority health disparities. The Research Endowment Program at the National Institute of Minority Health and Health Disparities provides funding to the endowments of academic institutions across the country, such as Charles Drew University in my district, Morehouse School of College, the University of Puerto Rico School of Dentistry, the University of New Mexico School of Medicine, Howard University College of Pharmacy, and so many others. The goal of the program includes promoting minority health and health disparities research capacity and infrastructure, increasing the diversity and strength of the scientific workforce, and enhancing the recruitment and retention of individuals from health disparity populations that are underrepresented in the scientific workforce. This is critical legislation that was going to play a huge role in addressing and researching disparities. During the COVID-19 health emergency, communities of colors were once again disproportionately affected. Research into health disparities is more crucial than ever. I want to thank my co-sponsors, and I want to thank Chairman Pallone for working to help me get this important bill to the floor. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and let's get this done and across the finish line. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman from California yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleased to yield such time as he may consume to an important leader on this legislation as well as on the committee. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Buddy Carter.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the lady for yielding. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the time today to let me speak on this important legislation, and thank you to Congresswoman Berrigan for being a champion of this issue, and she truly is a champion of this issue. The coronavirus has wreaked havoc on our communities, especially minority communities. Now more than ever, we must support minority academic institutions and the critical research they conduct. Minority academic institutions can play a big role in helping to address the systemic health disparities minority communities are feeling. We must ensure schools, including the Morehouse College in my home state of Georgia, are able to conduct their research without disruption. Without a reauthorization of this program, health research will have to be paused or abandoned altogether. We must not let this happen. The efforts of these researchers will help better prepare all of us to respond to the coronavirus and other health inequities more effectively. I urge passage of this very important legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Rogers.
Thank you,
reserves.
Mr. Speaker. I will yield back the remainder of our time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would urge support for this legislation, and I also yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Members, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 189? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 941, the Transplant Act of 2021.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 941, a bill to reauthorize the Stem Cell Therapeutic and Research Act of 2005 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, Each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 941.
Without objection,
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the C.W. Bill Young Transplant Program and the National Cord Blood Inventory facilitate life-saving bone marrow and umbilical cord blood donations to help patients suffering from blood cancers, disorders, and diseases. These critical programs assist transplant patients by providing additional information about bone marrow and cord blood transplants, maintaining an efficient process for identifying donor matches, and increasing the number of unrelated donors available for transplant. The programs also collect data and expand research to improve patient outcomes. I want to thank my colleagues, Representative Matsui, Bilirakis, and Pingree, for their bipartisan leadership on this bill, and I would urge my colleagues to support H.R. 941, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized. Gentleman from Florida.
Thank you. I rise today in support of H.R. 941, the timely reauthorization of the Necessary Stem Cell Programs Lens Access to Needed Therapies Act, or the Transplant Act. As co-chair of the Blood Cancers Caucus, I urge my colleagues to support the Transplant Act. This bill is about providing hope to those who are struggling with life-threatening illnesses. The Transplant Act reauthorizes the C.W. Bill Young Cell Transplantation Program in addition to the National Cord Blood Inventory Program. And I remember Bill Young, who represented Bill Young, Chairman Young, a great friend of ours, and he said that this was one of his greatest accomplishments. And I also know that Chris Smith, who will be speaking later, was also involved in this. He's been a champion on this issue, Mr. Speaker, so I appreciate both of them. This federal program provides critical support in the advancement of research for better treatments and the infrastructure necessary to organize registries, which will help ensure transplant patients have access to life-saving procedures. Simply put, its continued reauthorization is vital for patients with diseases like blood cancer, sickle cell anemia, and inherited metabolic or immune system disorders. I sincerely appreciate the work of my friend and colleague and fellow Blood Cancers Co-Caucus Chair, Congresswoman Matsui, in addition to the legacy of bipartisan leadership and support of these programs by members like, as I said, Chris Smith, and I want to thank the chairman as well and the ranking member for agendaing the particular bill, and I know it will get through the Senate this time. Additionally, I appreciate the critical daily work of the National Marrow Donor Program, operating the MATCH National Registry, connecting patients in search of a cure with life-threatening bone marrow donors, even in the midst of this historic pandemic. I also would like to take a moment to recognize the great work of Dr. Joanne Kurtzberg, the president of the Cord Blood Association. She also serves in multiple roles at Duke University, including the director of Carolina's Cord Blood Bank. Dr. Kurtzberg has dedicated her professional career to cord blood research, banking, and transplantation, and is an internationally recognized umbilical cord blood transplanter. She advised Congress on the creation of the Public Cord Blood Banking Program, which was part of the Stem Cell Therapeutic and Research Act of 2005, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Kurtzberg continues to be a trusted advisor to Congress on this important program. I urge all my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, to join us in expediting passage of this life-saving bipartisan bill. And I'll yield, I will reserve. Thank you.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no additional speakers, but I think my colleague does, so I'll reserve at this time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize Representative Smith for 4 more minutes, please.
I thank my good friend for yielding, and good to see my good friend and colleague Frank Pallone. And Mr. Speaker, today the House of Representatives will vote to reauthorize the Stem Cell Therapeutic Research Act, a law that I authored in 2005. This was an original idea of mine 20 years ago, and my good friend from Florida just mentioned Dr. Kurtzberg. Dr. Kurtzberg was in the meetings that we held in drafting this legislation and provided incredible insights as to what we should do, what path we should follow. So I appreciate him recognizing her. And I also want to thank Arthur Davis, who is my Democratic colleague, who was the principal Democratic co-sponsor of the bill during those several years. It took 5 long years of hard work and numerous setbacks, but the bill was finally signed into law on December 20th, 2005. The new law created a nationwide umbilical cord blood stem cell program designed to collect, derive, type, and freeze cord blood units for transplantation into patients to mitigate and even cure serious disease. Pursuant to the law, it also provided stem cells for research. The new cord blood program was combined with an expanded bone marrow initiative, which was crafted over several years by our distinguished colleague, Congressman Bill Young. Umbilical cord blood stem cells, Mr. Speaker, obtained after the birth of a child have proved to be highly efficacious in treating some 70 diseases, including sickle cell disease, lymphoma, leukemia, and in treating metabolic and immune deficiencies. And scientists are continuing to study better and better understand the regenerative effects of cord blood cell therapies for other diseases and disabilities, including autism. I would say, in like manner, bone marrow donations are also providing life-saving transplants for some of those very same diseases. So we have a great regenerative initiative that will be continued. The National Cord Blood Inventory, NCBI, provides funding to public cord blood banks participating in the program to allow them to expand the national inventory of cord blood units available for transplant. These units are then listed on the registry by the Be the Match program. The funds appropriated thus far have led to an important increase in the overall number of high-quality cord blood units available through the National Registry, now totaling 111,000 NCBI units. Within the Be the Match registry, there are now more than 80,000 worldwide. The program registry, Mr. Speaker, allows patients and physicians to locate matching cord blood units, as well as adult donors for marrow and peripheral blood stem cells. The program is the world's largest, most diverse donor registry, with more than 23 million volunteers. To date, the National Marrow Donor Program, Be the Match, through its operation of the program, has facilitated more than 105,000 transplants, and according to the Be the Match, more than 40,000 patients have received cord blood transplants. The authorization before us provides $23 million per year each year for 5 years for the cord blood side, and again, some $30 million each year for the bone marrow program. Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, I should say, each year, nearly 4 million babies are born in America. In the past, virtually every placenta and umbilical cord was tossed as medical waste. Today, doctors have turned this medical waste into medical miracles. Not only has God in his wisdom and goodness created a placenta and an umbilical cord to nurture and protect the precious life of an unborn child, but now we know that another gift awaits immediately after birth. Something very special is left behind, cord blood, that is teeming with life-saving stem cells. I yield back, and I thank my friend.
Gentleman from New Jersey yields back. Gentleman from Florida reserves.
Prepared to close. So I'll just tell you that this is a very important bill, Mr. Speaker, and needs to pass as soon as possible. And I really appreciate the chairman agendaing the bill, and I urge the Senate to pass as soon as possible. And of course, my colleagues today, if we can pass this bill immediately so we can get it to the Senate. Thank you very much, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Florida yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I also urge support for the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Members, the question is whether the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 941. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the two-thirds being the gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S-164, the Advancing Education on Biosimilars Act of 2021.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 164, an act to educate healthcare providers and the public on biosimilar biological products and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on S-164.
Without objection, so ordered.
And Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the rising cost of prescription drugs continues to be a major issue for families all across the country. These costs are particularly daunting at a time when we're facing a severe economic downturn and the ongoing pandemic. We're committed to continuing to find solutions to make prescription drugs more affordable for the American people. And one important way to help families out is to ensure they are aware of more affordable options, like biosimilars and generics. These are both cheaper options, but unfortunately, utilization of these products continues to be too low here in the United States. So the Advancing Education on Biosimilars Act of 2021 is common sense legislation that will help provide patients and healthcare providers with greater information about biologics and biosimilars. To do this, the bill requires the FDA to establish a public website with educational materials, including what products are interchangeable, as well as how to report any adverse events. In addition, the bill would support the development of continuing education programs for healthcare providers about biologics. It's critical that healthcare providers and patients are aware of all of their options, and this legislation will certainly help do that. So I'm pleased to work with my colleagues in the Senate on this legislation. I'd urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it very much. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of Senate Bill 164, the Advancing Education on Biosimilars Act. This bill is a bipartisan companion to H.R. 1873, championed in the House by Dr. Bouchon and Congressman Peters, good friends. This bill would require the FDA to maintain and operate an internet website to provide educational materials for healthcare providers, patients, and caregivers on biological products, including biosimilar products and interchangeable biosimilar products. It would also require the Department of Health and Human Services, HHS, to develop continuing education programs or to improve existing programs for health providers, such as doctors and nurses, to promote a better understanding of biosimilar interchangeable products. By increasing awareness about available biosimilar products and providing educational resources for physicians and patients about their benefits, we can increase adoption of these lower-cost alternative therapies when appropriate and drive down drug costs for Americans across the country. I support for this bipartisan effort to lower drug costs through the uptake of biosimilar products, and I reserve the balance of my time. Thank
Gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I also reserve at this time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes or as much time as he may consume to Dr. Bouchon, a great member of the Energy and Commerce Committee and a great resource for us non-physicians. Thank you.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to speak in support of S-164, the Advancing Education and Biosimilars Act of 2021, which is the Senate companion of H.R. 1873, a bill that I introduced with my friend and colleague Congressman Scott Peters from California. This bipartisan bicameral bill will require FDA to create a public website to educate patients and providers about biological and biosimilar products. As new biological and biosimilar products become available, it is important that physicians have current information on these therapies in order to choose the best treatment for their patients. Availability of information and education on these new and complex treatments for providers and patients will lead to healthy competition in the biological and biosimilar product space and ultimately help lower the cost of these important drugs for patients. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I look forward to the President signing it into law. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I have no additional speakers, so.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yeah, I reckon what I do, Mr. Speaker, I just urge everyone to pass this bill, and let's do it quickly and get it to the Senate. Well, actually, this is a Senate bill, so we can make this law and get it to the President. Thank you very much, and I yield back the balance
Gentleman
of
from
my
Florida yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I also urge support for the bill and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 164? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S415, the Ensuring Innovation Act.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 415, an act to amend the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act with respect to the scope of new chemical exclusivity.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on S415. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
From New Jersey, Mr. Pallone is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, rising prescription drug costs are a concern for so many Americans. Skyrocketing costs can result in some people postponing or altering treatment because the necessary drugs are simply priced out of reach. And one way to help reduce drug costs is to provide early access to generic drugs. This legislation we're considering today will help to do that by ensuring that exclusivity, which can delay generics from entering the market, is only made available to truly innovative products. And this will ensure that drug manufacturers cannot game the system by simply making small tweaks to old drugs as a way to block or delay competition. The legislation will also codify the Food and Drug Administration's current approach to awarding exclusivity. So I want to thank Representative Schrader and Guthrie for their bipartisan work on this legislation with Senators Cassidy, Smith, and Marshall. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yeah, I yield myself, Mr. Speaker, as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of Senate Bill 415, the Ensuring Innovation Act. This legislation is a bipartisan companion to H.R. 1857, led by Representatives Guthrie and Representative Schrader. This legislation would ensure that only the most innovative products are eligible for certain market exclusivities and would increase the availability of lower-cost generic drugs. Great work by these representatives. Currently, the FDA grants 5 years of marketing exclusivity to drug products determined to be a new chemical entity. Clarifying what qualifies as a new chemical entity will prevent drug manufacturers from receiving exclusivity by making minor changes to existing drugs which would block generic competition from the market. This important bipartisan legislation will help lower prescription drug prices while preserving incentives to innovate. And I'll reserve the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield now as such time as he may consume to Mr. Schrader, the gentleman from Washington and a member of the, from Oregon, I'm sorry, and a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee. I have to make sure I say Oregon instead of.
Well. The gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Schrader, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of Senate Bill number 415, a bill that has the same policy as my own and Mr. Guthrie's here in the House, H.R. 1857, the Protecting Access to Safe and Effective Medicines Act. The bill is a simple fix providing clarity around the drug approval process by increasing the specificity of the language companies may use when submitting these complex and often lengthy applications. Simply put, utilizing the term active ingredient opens for the unintended opportunity for pharmaceutical companies to make minor, relatively non-pharmacological changes to the same chemical and prevent generic alternatives from coming to the marketplace. By changing this language, as this bill does, to active moiety, we'll be able to close another loophole that can be exploited by companies to inappropriately obtain exclusivity and hold back that competition in the marketplace, the key mechanism for lowering drug prices. This is good policy, and it's a piece of the larger drug pricing conversation that we need to have. It demonstrates yet again the policies to lower drug prices are bipartisan and bicameral. In fact, there are many such policies that did not get done in the last Congress that offer a starting point for a comprehensive approach to addressing drug pricing, and now is the time to continue this important work. I'd like to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for the help in supporting this important bill before us today, urge its passage, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Oregon yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close. I just want to urge my colleagues to pass this great bill. I want to commend the representatives, my colleagues, for focusing on this particular issue, which is so important to our constituents. Again, let's pass this bill as soon as possible, and I yield back the balance of my time. Let's get this to the President.
Gentleman from Florida yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also urge support for this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is whether the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 415. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1215, the Fraud and Scam Reduction Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1215, a bill to establish an office within the Federal Trade Commission and an outside advisory group to prevent fraud targeting seniors, and to direct the Commission to include additional information in an annual report to Congress on fraud targeting seniors and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 1215.
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of H.R. 1215, the Fraud and Scam Reduction Act. This bipartisan bill was introduced by Representatives Blunt Rochester and Wahlberg with strong bipartisan support of 16 other members. It also incorporates a bill originally introduced by Representatives Dutch, Buchanan, and Welch. Reducing scams and fraud is an issue of utmost importance in every community, and especially so during these uncertain and unprecedented times. Right now, we're seeing the best of humanity, but unscrupulous scammers and fraudsters still abound, seeking to capitalize on the confusion and fear that's out there. And seniors are especially vulnerable. According to the most recent report from the FTC, older adults reported nearly $400 million in losses from fraud in 2018. It's rare to recover these losses. We all need to work together to protect senior citizens from scams before they fall victim and suffer monetary losses. And Mr. Speaker, this bill establishes a new Senior Scams Prevention Advisory Group composed of relevant government agencies and industry representatives to collect and implement best practices that stop scammers before they can cause harm. It will also establish new programs to prevent fraud that target seniors. The legislation will also improve educational materials on senior scams and make sure that they are publicly available. This legislation also establishes an office at the FTC dedicated to preventing fraud targeting seniors and monitoring the market for such fraud. This office will also assist the FTC in monitoring the market for mail, television, internet, and telemarketing fraud targeting seniors. And the office will also help with consumer education on fraud targeting seniors. The bill will help reinforce the efforts of the FTC to prevent fraud and mitigate the massive losses from fraud targeting seniors. So I urge my colleagues to support this important measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
From New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you.
Mr. Bill Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1215, the Fraud and Scam Reduction Act. I want to thank Representative Blunt, Rochester, and my good friend, Mr. Wahlberg, and the other members of the ENC committee for their tireless work on this important bill. H.R. 1215 would establish a Senior Scams Prevention Advisory Council, which will create a model educational materials to inform employees of retail companies and financial institutions on how to identify and prevent scams. This bill would work in concert with other recently enacted legislation to provide Americans with the tools they need to educate and protect themselves against these bad actors. A very good bill, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield such time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from Delaware, my neighboring state, and she's also a member of our Energy and Commerce Committee.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Pallone, for your tireless work to advance this important legislation. Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 1215, the Fraud and Scam Reduction Act. Bad actors preying on older Americans is unfortunately nothing new. But in the midst of a global pandemic, cracking down on those scams must be a priority of the federal government. That's why I proudly introduced the Bipartisan Fraud and Scam Reduction Act with my colleagues Mr. Wahlberg, Deutsch, Buchanan, and Welch. The bill, as its name suggests, was aimed at cracking down on these scams by doing two main things. One, by creating the advisory group under the Federal Trade Commission, made up of government agencies, consumer advocates, and industry representatives such as financial services and retail to help identify potential sources of fraud and create educational materials for our nation's seniors to protect them from these dangerous schemes. It would also establish the Senior Fraud Advisory Office, which would give seniors hope in recovering their assets stolen by fraudsters and improve our understanding of senior fraud by encouraging seniors to report this activity. We are proud to say that the bill has broad support, including AARP, the Retail Industry Leaders Association, Target, Best Buy, Walmart, and Western Union, as well as many more. Mr. Speaker, one of the most fundamental obligations of government is to protect our citizens. The least we can do is protect already vulnerable seniors from being taken advantage of by bad actors. I want to thank my colleagues, Democrats and Republicans, for their work in strengthening the bill and urge all of my colleagues to vote in favor of the measure. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as you may consume to my good friend from the great state of Michigan, Mr. Tim Walberg, please.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I thank my friend and Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1215, Fraud and Scam Reductions Act, and thank my colleague and friend, Representative Blunt Rochester, as well as the Energy and Commerce Committee staff for their hard work in bringing the bill to the floor today. Sadly, in today's digital age, scams targeting seniors and their hard-earned money are growing in number and sophistication. Every year, scammers steal billions of dollars from unsuspecting consumers. The effect on victims can be financially and emotionally devastating. And the COVID-19 pandemic has only made things worse. Safeguarding seniors in Michigan and across the country needs to be a top priority. Retailers have diligently worked to combat these crimes. Their ability to educate their employees with best practices and training to recognize the signs of scam can make a huge difference in stopping criminals. Our bipartisan bill builds upon the work retailers are doing by creating a federal advisory council at the FTC to create a unified front against criminals who target our most vulnerable citizens and stop this fraud before it's too late. I urge the House to pass H.R. 1215 so we can help stop scammers from perpetrating a fraud and taking advantage of our loved ones and our neighbors. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Florida reserves.
Yield back the balance of my time, but I urge the Congress to pass this bill and get it to the President actually before. We've got to get it to the Senate and pass it immediately to protect our seniors, particularly during this very difficult time. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I also urge support for the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 1215 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended.
Chair.
Gentleman from Maryland.
On this, I ask for a record vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. Same. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1460.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1460, a bill to encourage states to require the installation of residential carbon monoxide detectors in homes and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 1460.
Without objection?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of H.R. 1460, the Nicholas and Zachary Burt Carbon Monoxide Poisoning Prevention Act of 2021. This important bipartisan bill was introduced again this Congress by Representatives Annie Kuster and Buddy Carter. Carbon monoxide, colorless, odorless, tasteless, Mr. Speaker, is a silent killer. More than 400 people die and approximately 50,000 people visit emergency rooms each year in the U.S. from carbon monoxide poisoning. The tragedy is that these deaths and injuries are preventable with the installation of carbon monoxide detectors. However, many people are unaware of the importance of carbon monoxide detectors or don't know how to install or maintain them properly. So this bill will change that. It will assist states in educating the public on the dangers of carbon monoxide poisoning and the proper use of carbon monoxide detectors. It will also provide states with grants so they can purchase and install carbon monoxide detectors in the homes of the elderly and low-income citizens, as well as in educational facilities. So I call on my colleagues to support this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1460, the Nicholas and Zachary Burt Memorial Carbon Monoxide Poisoning Prevention Act of 2021. I thank Representatives Carter and Custer, two great members of the Energy and Commerce Committee. I thank them for their work on this important piece of legislation and for the many years they've served and worked to protect consumers. Carbon monoxide is a colorless, odorless gas produced by burning fuel. Most people know that. Exposure to unhealthy levels of carbon monoxide can lead to carbon monoxide poisoning, a serious health condition that could result in death, unfortunately. Unintentional carbon monoxide poisoning from motor vehicles and the abnormal operation of fuel burning appliances such as furnaces, water heaters, portable generators, and stoves kills more than 400 people each year and sends more than 15,000 to the hospital emergency rooms for treatment, Mr. Speaker. This legislation would protect Americans from an otherwise undetectable harm. This bipartisan bill represents a long-standing commitment of the Energy and Commerce Committee to protect America's consumers, families, and children. I urge my colleagues to pass this particular bill, and I'll reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield now such time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from New Hampshire, Ms. Custer, who is the lead sponsor of the bill.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a mother, an aunt, and now a great aunt to a dozen little ones, I know there is nothing more important than keeping our children and loved ones safe. From a young age, we tell our children to wear their seatbelts in the car, a helmet while riding a bike or skiing, and to handle sharp objects with care. We go to great lengths to protect our children from the dangers we can see, but there are threats to our children and loved ones' well-being that oftentimes go undetected. Among the most dangerous of these is carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide is a stealthy killer. You cannot see it, hear it, taste it, or smell it. This deadly gas claims the lives of over 400 Americans every year and results in over 20,000 emergency room visits. Two of my constituents, John and April Courtney in Lyman, New Hampshire, tragically lost their lives to carbon monoxide poisoning just this past year. If people know about the dangers of carbon monoxide and have alarms properly installed in their homes, tragedies like the one in my district can be prevented. That is why I am so proud to join my good friend, Representative Carter, in introducing in the House the H.R. 1460, the Zachary and Nicholas Burt Carbon Monoxide Poisoning Prevention Act that we will be voting on this evening. This legislation provides funding for states to prevent future carbon monoxide-related deaths by educating the public about the dangers of carbon monoxide poisoning and installing detectors in housing for the elderly and low-income individuals and high-traffic public buildings like schools. This bipartisan legislation will save lives. At a time when Congress so often seems divided, this legislation is proof that we can work together to find common ground and get things done to help our constituents. I thank Mr. Carter and I thank our chairman. I encourage all of my colleagues to vote in favor of this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as you may consume to my good friend, Mr. Carter from Georgia. And I tell you what, I really appreciate your perspective on this Energy and Commerce Committee as the only pharmacist on the committee. So thanks for sponsoring this legislation, and I yield you as much time as you may consume. Thank you.
Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1460. This bill, the Nicholas and Zachary Burt Memorial Carbon Monoxide Poisoning Prevention Act, is a piece of legislation that can save lives. It would direct the Consumer Product Safety Commission to award grants to install carbon monoxide alarms in buildings and facilities that house vulnerable members of the population. According to the CDC, at least 430 people die in the United States from accidental CO poisoning every year. On top of that, nearly 50,000 people visit the ER every year because of accidental CO poisoning. On a higher note, we can curb this statistic. Better monitoring systems will ensure that people can prepare and protect themselves. This bipartisan legislation, which I was proud to co-sponsor with my good friend, Representative Custer from New Hampshire, helps us move the needle on this important subject. Many of us have heard stories of families being impacted by this tragic and preventable outcome. Whether it's seniors or children, this bill can help save lives. I thank my colleague for her work, her hard work on this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Oh, I have no additional speakers.
No, and I'll urge my colleagues.
So,
to
gentleman
pass
from
this
New
bill
Jersey
since
reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yeah, I urge my colleagues to pass this bill. It's a great bill, good consumer protection bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Florida yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I also urge support for the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 1460? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Independent of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, on this I ask for yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 446, the Protecting Seniors from Emergency Scams Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 446, a bill to require the Federal Trade Commission to submit a report to Congress on scams targeting seniors and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 446.
Without objection.
And, Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of H.R. 446, the Protecting Seniors from Emergency Scams Act. Representatives Kelly and Balderson introduced this bipartisan legislation to further efforts by the FTC to stop fraud targeting seniors. This bill streamlines efforts to protect seniors from falling prey to scams during national emergencies such as the COVID-19 pandemic by establishing a searchable database of scams targeting seniors. In the Energy and Commerce Committee, we've held multiple hearings exploring the rise in fraud and scams that have come with the COVID-19 pandemic. Unfortunately, scammers often take advantage of the fear and uncertainty that results from emergency situations. And since the beginning of the COVID pandemic, consumers have reported losing more than $300 million in just pandemic-related fraud. After Hurricane Sandy ravaged the East Coast, including my own district in New Jersey, scammers preyed on people who lost their homes and livelihoods. We saw contracting scammers promising to rebuild people's homes, but who took the money and ran. One man was imprisoned for using fake titles to sell Sandy-damaged cars. Unfortunately, older Americans are targeted disproportionately and affected by this fraud. Older Americans report significantly bigger monetary losses from fraud than younger adults. According to a recent FTC report, phone scams result in the highest reported losses by older adults, particularly adults over 80. Phone-based scams can be especially problematic in emergency situations like the pandemic when people are spending more time at home and seniors may be more isolated. So Representatives Kelly and Balderson's bill will help address these scams. It directs the FTC to issue a report on fraud targeting seniors during the pandemic and how to improve efforts against senior scams during future emergencies. I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 446, the Protecting Seniors from Emergency Scams Act. I'd like to thank Representative Robin Kelly of the Energy and Commerce Committee for her bipartisan work with Representative Troy Balderson to protect our constituents. The COVID-19 pandemic has turned the lives of millions of Americans upside down, unfortunately. We were all forced to isolate, sometimes even away from our families and friends, to stay safe. Unfortunately, it is during these times when bad actors aim to exploit the most vulnerable, promising fake life-saving medication and stimulus checks. Scammers will stop at nothing to take advantage of others. H.R. 446 would protect Americans, especially seniors, from malicious and deceptive scams by augmenting the tools included in other recently enacted legislation. As they have worked on legislation to fight scammers, I have supported my colleagues' efforts to incorporate provisions that encourage cooperation with law enforcement. I'm pleased to see such efforts continue in this legislation. And of course, I urge my colleagues to pass this legislation, and I will reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield now such time as she may consume to the lead sponsor of the bill, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Kelly, who has worked so hard, particularly during the pandemic, to address disparities in health care.
Gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The past year has been tough for many of us, but especially difficult for seniors. Many have lost friends and loved ones from the COVID-19 pandemic. Increased isolation and dependence on digital resources have put extra burdens on millions of Americans. From frantic calls of "Grandma, I'm in the hospital, sick with COVID, please wire money right away," to calls from supposed Good Samaritans offering to run errands and then pocketing the money. Scammers are using the pandemic to take advantage of vulnerable populations. They are preying on fear and uncertainty to steal money and personal information or sell fraudulent services or products. One of the best ways to prevent seniors from falling victims of scams is to supply them with the information they need. That's why H.R. 446 requires the FTC to report on the number and type of scams that target older adults. It also has the Commission's web portal to be updated with current information about such scams and coordinate with media outlets and law enforcement to disseminate scam prevention information. Seniors need to know what scams are happening in their area so they can protect themselves. I want to thank Rep. Balderson for joining me on leading this legislation and Chairman Pallone for his support in advancing legislation to protect our seniors. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate it. I yield as much time as you may consume to the co-sponsor of the legislation, Mr. Balderson.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 446 legislation that aims at protecting older Americans from falling victim to scammers. Throughout the pandemic, uncertainty has led to many Americans falling victim to scam callers, especially vulnerable populations like seniors. We have a responsibility to stop bad actors like these scam artists in their tracks. That starts with empowering the American people with information to better protect themselves and their loved ones from falling victim. H.R. 446 would direct the Federal Trade Commission to identify scammers and make such information publicly available. This legislation also equips the FTC to more proactively alert the public about known scams, specifically their region. Mr. Speaker, our seniors have suffered enough. It's time to better supply them and their loved ones with the information needed to protect themselves against scammers who shamelessly prey on the most vulnerable. That is why I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 446, the Protecting Seniors from Emergency Scams Act. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I have no additional speakers. I'll reserve.
No other speakers. I'll yield back the balance of my time. I support this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to vote for it. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also urge support for the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back balance of the time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H. 446? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being
Mr.
the
Speaker.
affirmatives. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized again.
On this issue, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. I have to say. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1762, the Protecting Indian Tribes from Scams Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1762, a bill to direct the Federal Trade Commission to submit to Congress a report on unfair or deceptive acts or practices targeted at Indian tribes or members of Indian tribes and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
And Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 1762. And Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I rise to speak in support of H.R. 1762, the Protecting Indian Tribes from Scams Act. The often overlooked area in federal fraud prevention efforts are scams targeting Indian tribes and tribal members. The scope and scale of scams affecting Indian tribes has not been well documented, hindering efforts to prevent them. This bipartisan bill, reintroduced this Congress by Representatives Mullen and O'Halloran, will help get the needed information about fraud and scams targeting tribes and members of tribes. And this bill directs the FTC to consult with Indian tribes about these scams and then issue a report to Congress that will be made public. It also requires the FTC to update its website to include information on these scams. Mr. Speaker, as this pandemic continues, scammers are taking advantage of people's fear and uncertainty to steal people's money and commit fraud. American Indians are not exempt from these unfair and deceptive practices and may even be specifically targeted with certain kinds of scams. But there's not much information about it. So I commend Representatives Mullen and O'Halloran for introducing this bill, an important step in helping prevent fraud and scams targeting tribes and members of tribes, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I give myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I rise today in support of H.R. 1762, the Protecting Indian Tribes from Scams Act. I want to thank Representative Mullen and Representative O'Halloran for their work on this particular issue. The bipartisan piece of legislation will help our native nations. One area that can be overlooked in the federal fraud prevention efforts, Mr. Speaker, is scams targeting Indian tribal members. The scope and scale of scams that target Indian tribes has not been well documented, hindering efforts to prevent them. This legislation would direct the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, to submit to Congress a report on unfair or deceptive acts or practices targeting Indian tribes. Simply put, these scammers ruin lives, unfortunately. To address these scams properly, we must educate all Americans on how to avoid malicious scammers. This legislation passed the House last Congress, and I'm hopeful we can do, again, pass it today and get this legislation, have it become law as soon as possible. And I can't think of a better person to sponsor this than my good friend, Mr. Mullen. So I'll continue. I'll reserve. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I reserve as well, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I'll yield as much time as I may consume to my good friend from Oklahoma, Mr. Mullen. Thank you.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in full support of my bill, H.R. 1762, the Protecting Indian Tribes from Scams Act. The bill will help protect our tribes and tribal members from predatory scams. Tribal communities have long been targets of fraud. Scammers often target vulnerable communities who receive trust or settlement payments like many tribes do. FTC data says that tribal members are more likely to be the victims of scams and are less likely to report scams than any other group. H.R. 1762 will direct the FTC to study the types of scams that target tribes and find best ways to combat them. I want to thank my colleague from Arizona for working with me on these issues, as well as many other important issues important to Indian country. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance.
Gentleman from Oklahoma yields back. Gentleman from Florida reserves.
Yes.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves.
I reserve. I have no additional speakers.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to pass this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from Florida is recognized. From New Jersey, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I also urge support for the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 1762? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
On this request, I request the yeas and the nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1766, the FTC Collaboration Act of 2021.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1766, a bill to enhance cooperation between the Federal Trade Commission and state attorneys general to combat unfair and deceptive practices and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Belarakis, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 1766.
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in support of H.R. 1766, the FTC Collaboration Act of 2021. This bipartisan bill was introduced again this year by Representatives O'Halloran and Hudson. The bill will help reinforce the important relationship between the FTC and state attorney generals. Our state attorney generals play a critical enforcing and complementary they play a critical role in enforcing and complementing federal consumer protection laws. The FTC is a relatively small law enforcement agency charged with protecting consumers across the country. By partnering with state attorneys general, the reach of federal consumer protection efforts is expanded. Stronger enforcement actions can be taken against unscrupulous companies and those engaging in unfair and deceptive practices hurting consumers. When Americans are harmed by fraud and scams, they often turn to their state attorney generals for help. But these scammers may be targeting people across the country. By working together, state AGs and the FTC can pool their resources and protect consumers across the country. This bill will help the FTC optimize its collaboration with state attorneys general by studying the matter and issuing a report on how to further promote collaboration. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman may proceed.
I rise today in support of H.R. 1766, the FTC Collaboration Act. As bad actors and scammers continue their efforts to take advantage of American consumers, we must not back down when it comes to ensuring the safety of our constituents and authenticity of consumer products. The FTC Collaboration Act directs the FTC to examine how it can work better with state attorneys generals to prevent, publicize, and penalize scams in the United States. This legislation would require the FTC to submit a report to Congress on how to enhance collaboration with state law enforcement. I remain confident this can help in other agenda items. We can, again, work together on this in this particular session. And it's so important that we work together with our colleagues on the state level. I'm proud of the important steps this bill takes to keep consumers safe and, importantly, prioritize our most vulnerable during COVID-19. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll reserve.
Do you say, gentleman yields? Oh, the gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I have no additional speakers.
Okay.
I don't know about my
I have
colleague.
none as well, so I'll go ahead and close. I urge my colleagues to support this very important bill. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
And Madam Speaker, I have no additional speakers, so I would also urge support for the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? H.R. 1776. Those in favor say aye. 17. The bill 1766. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Oh, for what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1002, the DeBar Act of 2021 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1002, a bill to amend the Controlled Substances Act to authorize the debarment of certain registrants and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 1002.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman may proceed.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1002, the Debarment Enforcement of Bad Actor Registrants Act of 2020, or the DeBar Act of 2020. One of the critical missions of the Drug Enforcement Administration is enforcing and implementing the Controlled Substances Act in order to prevent drug diversion and limit access to substances that may pose a risk if used incorrectly. One important lever DEA has at its disposal to manage diversion or noncompliance with the law is the ability to revoke or surrender an individual's controlled substances registration, which is needed to handle controlled substances. A recent report by the Department of Justice Office of the Inspector General found weaknesses in DEA's current registration processes and instances where the agency did not fully utilize its regulatory authorities to address noncompliance. And specifically, the Inspector General found cases where entities whose registration was revoked were later able to obtain a new license. For example, the report included one case where a doctor whose registration was revoked for serious misconduct and then moved to another state under the authority of a different DEA field division and was granted a controlled substances registration after reapplying. And there another example in the report included a dentist who had voluntarily surrendered his medical license and DEA registration on 2 separate occasions. The dentist had also been convicted of a felony, which is grounds for suspension or revocation of an individual's registration under the Controlled Substances Act. However, this dentist was still able to obtain another DEA registration. So amid rising substance abuse and tragic drug overdoses, errors like these can be tragic and simply should not be happening. H.R. 1002 would address these errors by authorizing the debarment of any registrant that either meets the criteria for temporary or permanent suspension or revocation or has a history of prior suspensions or revocations. So I want to thank my committee colleagues, Representatives Latta particularly for leading this legislation, and also Ranking Member Rogers for her work on this legislation. And I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman may proceed.
Thank you. I rise today in support of H.R. 1002, the Debarment Enforcement of Bad Actor Registrants, or the DeBar Act, which was introduced by my very good friend, Mr. Latta. This provision would give the Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA, debarment authority to prohibit a person who has repeatedly violated the Controlled Substance Act from receiving a registration to manufacture, distribute, or dispense a controlled substance. Makes a lot of sense. A recent Department of Justice Office of the Inspector General report found that when certain bad actors registrants have their registration revoked, they can reapply for registration the very next day. Registrants who pose a significant risk of diverting drugs could be given the opportunity to do so once again. We have to stop this. That's why this legislation is so vital. Repeat offenders should not be allowed to get a new registration from DEA just days after their previous registration was revoked because they broke the law. Limited debarment authority is a common sense and effective administrative tool to address diversion, fraud, and misconduct. And I strongly support this legislation, and I want to yield as much time as he may consume to my good friend, Mr. Latta from the great state of Ohio.
Excuse me, Madam Speaker. I was waiting here to be recognized on 1766.
The gentlelady has not been recognized. From Ohio is recognized?
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate my good friend from Florida for yielding, and I also thank the chairman of the committee for bringing this bill before us today onto the floor. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1002, the Debarment Enforcement of Bad Actor Registrants Act of 2021, the DeBar Act. In the 116th Congress, we worked vigorously to tackle coronavirus and address the needs of those who are suffering. One of the harshest issues facing Americans during this time was substance abuse, which on average takes nearly 130 lives each day in our nation. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reported that more than 88,000 drug overdoses occurred in a one-year period ending in August of 2020, making it the deadliest year for U.S. overdoses. In Ohio alone, opioid overdoses reached record levels, rising 16% in the second quarter of 2020. Prior to the pandemic, these rates were thankfully declining over a 24-month period. We need to act immediately to put an end to this crisis. The DeBar Act provides the Drug Enforcement Agency, DEA, debarment authority to permanently prohibit a person or entity that has violated the Controlled Substance Act from being able to receive a registration to manufacture, distribute, or dispense a controlled substance. This legislation would also close loopholes and reduce the circulations of illegal substances across our nation and keep bad actors from reapplying for new licenses once revoked. There is no silver bullet when it comes to fighting the opioid epidemic. However, the DeBar Act will help address what is needed to combat this crisis, save lives, and stop bad actors from contributing to addiction. Again, I thank the chairman, my friend from New Jersey, for bringing the bill to the floor. I also thank our ranking member from Washington for her help on this legislation. And I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida reserves.
Madam Speaker, I urge passage over this good bill, and now yield back the balance of my time as well.
The gentleman from Florida yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
And Madam Speaker, I also urge support for the legislation. Yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1002? Those in favor? As amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the two-thirds being in the...
Excuse me, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I would request the yeas and nays be recorded.
Pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1899, the Ensuring Compliance Against Drug Diversion Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1899, a bill to amend the Controlled Substances Act to provide for the modification, transfer, and termination of registration to manufacture, distribute, or dispense controlled substances on List 1 chemicals and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 1899.
Without objection, so moved. The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman may proceed.
I rise today in support of H.R. 1899, the Ensuring Compliance Against Drug Diversion Act. The Drug Enforcement Administration is charged with regulating controlled substances and manages access to these substances through a registration system. This system is meant to identify entities that manufacture, distribute, and dispense controlled substances such as opioids, as well as to prevent diversion of these substances. And we rely on the DEA to maintain the integrity of this system as one way to stop illicit diversion before it starts. However, a 2018 Government Accountability Office report found over 700 registrants in DEA systems may have been ineligible for registration under the Controlled Substances Act. In fact, GAO found that some of these registrants were reportedly deceased, did not possess state-level authority, or were incarcerated for offenses related to controlled substances. So if we're to curb rising substance abuse in the U.S., we must ensure, Madam Speaker, that bad actors are prevented from having access to these substances. The legislation we're considering today would terminate the controlled substance registration of any registrant if the registrant dies, ceases legal existence, discontinues business or professional practice, or surrenders their registration. And this bill also codifies DEA authority to ensure accuracy of registration and limit the transfer of such registrations. So I thank the lead sponsor of this bill, Representative Griffith, for his leadership on this issue, and I would urge my colleagues to support the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge, I reserve. Actually, I'd like to go ahead and speak on this particular bill. So, and I'll give myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman may proceed.
I rise today in support of this legislation, which was introduced by Representative Griffith, in order to prevent people who have not been vetted by authorities from dispensing controlled substances. This bill would clarify that the transfer of any controlled substance registration without written consent from the Drug Enforcement Administration, the DEA, is prohibited. A 2018 Energy and Commerce Committee report, which summarized the committee's bipartisan investigation into the distribution of prescription opioids by wholesale drug distributors and the DEA's subsequent enforcement practices, found that an opioid distributor and its pharmacy customer did not go through the appropriate process of transferring a registration to a new pharmacy owner, failing to contact the DEA appropriately and to verify whether the agency approved the transfer of a registration to dispense controlled substances creates a serious risk that could lead to drug diversion. And of course, I urge a yes vote on this, and I'm going to yield as much time as you may consume to my good friend, colleague, Morgan Griffith from the great state of West Virginia. Excuse me, Virginia.
Thank you. I thank my colleague and
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I thank my colleague, Mr. Bilirakis, and the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Pallone. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1899, the Ensuring Compliance Against Drug Diversion Act. This is a small but very important step that could play a key role in helping contain the opioid epidemic. License to distribute opioids is not a commodity to be freely bought and sold. We must ensure that those who wish to engage in opioid distribution earn the ability to do so. An investigation, as you've heard, published by the Energy and Commerce Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee in 2018, found that the current procedures for transferring licenses to distribute controlled substances lacked sufficient accountability. In one instance, a distributor and its pharmacy customer did not go through the appropriate process of transferring registration to a new pharmacy owner. But the mistake wasn't caught until long afterward. As a result, there was a period of time during which the DEA was unaware that a particular pharmacy was distributing controlled substances. Failing to properly verify whether a transfer has been approved creates a serious risk of drug diversion. This bill amends the Controlled Substances Act to prohibit the transfer of any DEA registration without consent from the agency. By requiring written approval from the DEA before the transfer of registration, we decrease the risk of controlled substances falling into the hands of those who have not been vetted by appropriate regulatory authority. Madam Speaker, I thank you and I yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia yields back. The gentleman from Florida reserves.
No, I'll yield back, but prior to yielding back, I urge passage over this very good bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from Florida yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I also urge support for the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1899? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. And in the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed. For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
Madam Speaker, I declare the yeas and nays, please. Request yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. We'll give you the back that so I don't lose it, or do something like that. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1502.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1502, a bill to amend the Small Business Act to optimize the operations of the microloan program, lower costs for small business concerns, and intermediary participants in the program, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Craig, and the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lutkemeyer, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection, so moved.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman may proceed.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the bill before us today, H.R. 1502, the Microloan Improvement Act of 2021. Today, we are considering 4 bipartisan bills that were approved by the Small Business Committee and the full House of Representatives last year. I am proud of the committee's work on behalf of small businesses and pleased that we work together to get things done. Our small businesses deserve nothing less. I would like to thank the chairwoman, Ms. Velasquez, for giving me the opportunity to manage time today on these 4 important small business bills. I would also like to thank the ranking member, Mr. Lukemeyer, who will be handling the floor proceedings today with me. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Subcommittee on Economic Growth, Tax, and Capital Access, under the leadership of Mr. Kim, held a hearing on the microloan program, where we heard from a panel of intermediaries who reported that many of the program's rules, largely unchanged since 1991, are outdated and restrict them from meeting today's demand for startup financing and providing more technical assistance. In response, Mr. Kim crafted the Microloan Improvement Act of 2020, a series of proposals designed to update the program's rules and ultimately help microloan intermediaries extend more affordable capital to first-time entrepreneurs. I was proud to support the Microloan Improvement Act last Congress and was pleased to see some of its provisions become law as part of the Economic Aid Act last December. Today's bill, the Microloan Improvement Act of 2021, is virtually the same as last Congress's version without the policies we've already enacted into law. Madam Speaker, we've heard time and again many entrepreneurs lack the experience needed to demonstrate their creditworthiness to conventional lenders. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted these gaps in financing, showing the smallest of small businesses, especially those owned by women and minorities, struggle the most to afford access to capital. The microloan program is uniquely suited to address this problem, and today's bill strengthens the program and is long overdue. I encourage my colleagues to support the bill. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume and rise in support of H.R. 1502, the Microloan Improvement Act of 2021. Before I begin, I'd like to thank the chairwoman for working in a bipartisan manner on behalf of our nation's small businesses. The bills before us today were developed in the 116th Congress and have been updated and reintroduced in this Congress. They focus on the Small Business Administration's existing government-guaranteed loan programs. These programs are important resources and tools for the nation's smallest businesses as they seek out financing. Now more than ever, these programs need to be ready for small businesses as they begin and continue to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. As ranking member of the Committee on Small Business, I want to make sure we focus or continue to focus on these programs that assist the nation's small businesses, entrepreneurs, and startups. The first bill is the Microloan Improvement Act. This legislation enhances and expands the SBA's microloan program, which provides loans of $50,000 or less. This program, which is delivered to small business through a partnership with microloan intermediaries, concentrates on low-dollar loans and technical assistance. When a small business is starting out, counseling and capital assistance are true drivers of continued and prolonged success. H.R. 1502 further enhances the program for microborrowers by expanding the repayment terms of the program and providing additional tools in their toolbox. Additionally, the bill removes the burdensome 1/55th rule that delays dollars from flowing to microloan intermediaries within the first 2 fiscal quarters of the year and replaces it with an allocation mechanism that will provide more equitable access to all states across the nation. I'd like to thank Mr. Kim from New York, Mr. Garbarino from New York, and Ms. Newman from Illinois, and Mr. Burchett from Tennessee for concentrating their efforts on this legislation. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1502, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Newman.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon. I rise today excitedly on behalf of the millions of small businesses across our nation that are truly suffering from the pandemic and struggling to keep their doors open because support is simply not reaching them. You know, as a former small business owner, I know firsthand how loans can make an absolutely life-changing difference for an entrepreneur. However, the reality is that too many small businesses, especially those led by women or minorities or those in rural communities, don't have access to the primary lending programs offered by the Small Business Administration or private sector. Microloans are designed to help startups and new small businesses that don't have banking relationships with access to larger capital. But for too many businesses, these microloans have become unreachable. That's why I'm proud to co-lead the Microloan Improvement Act to ensure that regardless of background or location, every business has equitable access to capital. With this legislation, we are expanding the number of community-based lenders eligible for the lowest interest rates on loans. That means these lenders can offer lines of credit to more small businesses. Now more than ever, we have an obligation to remove barriers that prevent small businesses from receiving microloans. With this legislation, we are cutting bureaucratic red tape that has restricted growth and job creation. From mom and pop shops to family-owned stores to every small business, they will all benefit. That's why this legislation is supported by Democrats and Republicans, and I'm so glad to partner today with my Republican colleagues. I am happy to work in a bipartisan fashion to help our intermediaries provide assistance to our local entrepreneurs. Let's pass this legislation so we can support the smallest of the small businesses in all of our communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This time I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. Burchett from Tennessee. The distinguished gentleman has been a leader in small business issues. At this time, Mr. Burchett.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the ranking member for yielding. I rise in support of Representative Kim's Microloan Improvement Act. I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor of this important legislation. Access to financial capital is essential to the success of America's small businesses and their entrepreneurs. This bipartisan bill is straightforward and effective. It increases the number of nonprofit community-based lenders that can offer loans through the SBA's microloan program. Representative Kim's bill works in tandem with the Microloan Transparency and Accountability Act, my small business legislation that we will debate shortly, to expand access to financial resources that will help our aspiring small business owners and entrepreneurs chase down the American dream. I encourage my colleagues to support this important bipartisan legislation, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers that I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers and prepared to close if the gentlelady is amenable to it, and I will proceed from there.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 2020 was a difficult year for small businesses. The COVID-19 pandemic hit small businesses hard. This is especially true for small businesses that were just starting out. As our country continues to recover, the SBA's programs and resources must be ready to assist the nation's job creators along the way. The microloan program is a key tool for many small business owners. The reforms in H.R. 1502 are common sense improvements that will continue to provide assistance and resources to America's Main Street businesses. With that, I urge and recommend my colleagues to support H.R. 1502 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri yields back. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the small business economy starts to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, entrepreneurs will need as many affordable capital options as possible. That's why the Economic Aid Act included PPP updates, grants for hard-hit venues, and other enhancements to SBA's business loan programs, including the microloan program. Today's bill takes the next step after that relief effort towards fully modernizing and optimizing SBA's microloan program. For nearly 30 years, this program has had a strong track record of success and has helped to launch many successful small businesses, especially those owned by women and minority entrepreneurs. The record is full of success stories as the program has grown from a simple pilot program to a vital lending tool with strong stakeholder and congressional support. The legislation before us today renews our commitment to startups by easing access to the program for even more aspiring entrepreneurs and making the program nimbler for intermediaries and borrowers alike. Passing this bill will be another step to help lead our nation out of this pandemic and build back the economy by embracing America's entrepreneurial spirit. I want to applaud the work by Mr. Kim, Mr. Garbriano for their bipartisan work on the microloan program. I encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1502? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1487.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1487, a bill to amend the Small Business Act to increase transparency and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Craig, and the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Luetkemeyer, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection, so moved.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman may proceed.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the bill before us today, H.R. 1487, the Microloan Transparency and Accountability Act, which will improve SBA's data reporting with respect to the microloan program. Specifically, the bill would have SBA and microlenders report on the number, amount, and percentage of microloans that went into default in the previous year, the extent to which microloans are provided to small businesses in rural areas, and the average size, interest rate, and amount of fees charged for each microloan. These metrics will help Congress and the public better evaluate the program and its impact on underserved communities and make improvements as needed. This program is vital in helping women and minorities obtain much-needed capital. In fiscal year 2020, 47% of microloans were made to women-owned small businesses, and more than 51% of microloans were made to minority-owned small businesses. This language was approved unanimously last Congress by both the Small Business Committee and the full House, and I look forward to a similar vote here today. The version of the bill from last Congress also included a provision that would increase the amount of technical assistance grant funding a rural-serving microlender would receive. I'm pleased that language was included as part of the Economic Aid Act and is now law. However, our work on the microloan program is not done. H.R. 1487 continues the work to keep strengthening the program, and I would encourage all of my colleagues to support it. I applaud the bipartisanship shown by the sponsors of these bills, especially the leads, Mr. Burchett and Mr. Kim. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman may proceed.
And rise in support of H.R. 1487, the Microloan Transparency and Accountability Act of 2021. I want to thank the chair for moving these bills quickly to the House floor. Also want to commend the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, and the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Kim, and the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Newman, for working diligently and in a bipartisan fashion on behalf of America's small businesses. It is important to note that once Congress creates a federal government program, tool, or resource, the work is not done. Members of Congress must examine and determine the effectiveness and efficiency of the programs in practice to ensure they are meeting congressional intent. H.R. 1487 does just this for the microloan program, which delivers capital assistance and counseling to our nation's smallest businesses. Oftentimes, businesses are just starting out and taking their first steps as a company or participants in the microloan program. On an annual basis, the Small Business Administration will be required to report to Congress on the microloans default rates, an analysis of credit requirements, the extent and reach of the program in the rural areas, and so on. H.R. 1487 will also increase transparency and provide Congress with the tools to ensure it is working on behalf of small businesses across the nation. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense and straightforward legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
I'll continue to reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'll yield as much time as he may consume. The gentleman from Tennessee, the distinguished gentleman who's worked hard on a lot of small business issues, Mr. Burchett.
The gentleman from Tennessee may proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. I'd like to thank our ranking member, Lukemeyer, for yielding. And Madam Speaker, the Microloan Transparency and Accountability Act is important bipartisan legislation that gives all entrepreneurs fair access to the Small Business Administration's microloan program. As a former small business owner, I know accessible financial resources are important for growth, innovation, and success. Working folks have to jump on the first horse that comes down the pike, as my dad used to say, or need to dip into personal savings like I did. Wealthy folks, they have family assets, and inner cities in rural Appalachia don't have those same opportunities, Madam Speaker. These are hardworking Americans just looking to get their foot in the door and to have a fair shot. This legislation aims to boost rural small business participation in the SBA microloan program by requiring the Small Business Administration to submit to Congress a financial analysis of the microloan program. This ensures federal microloans are targeted towards rural areas, not just large urban centers, and creates important oversight that reduces fraud and government waste. These fixes will allow America's entrepreneurs, regardless of background or location, to have easier access to capital that helps them reach their goals. I'm proud to partner with Representatives Andy Kim, Scott Fitzgerald, and Marie Newman on this legislation that will make a difference for East Tennessee's mom and pop shops and small businesses across our great country. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri yields, reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'll continue to reserve the balance of my
Gentlewoman
time.
from Minnesota continues to reserve. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This time, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald. Again, a huge supporter of small businesses and all their issues.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1487. Unlike large businesses with access to debt and equity markets, small businesses rely on commercial banking to fund their operations. Should a credit-worthy small business be unable to obtain conventional business loan, the Small Businesses Administration can help the small business by offering access to capital through the microloan program. The microloan program allows nonprofit intermediaries to make up loans of $50,000 to small businesses with technical assistance. The program has grown from approving $52 million in loans in 2015 to over $80 million in 2019. Despite this growth, the SBA approves minimum statistics that are needed to evaluate a government-guaranteed loan program. This common sense legislation would require the SBA to produce an annual report detailing additional information about microloans that have defaulted and the number of loans provided to rural areas. We owe it to Americans to conduct basic oversight to protect their taxpayer dollars while expanding opportunities for rural small businesses to grow and innovate. I urge a yes vote on this bill to ensure small businesses hit hard by the pandemic have robust access to capital regardless of their size and location. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
I have no further speakers, Madam Speaker, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we have no further speakers either, so I will go ahead and close this time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. The microloan program, which delivers capital assistance to the nation's smallest businesses, is an important lending tool at the SBA. H.R. 1487, the Microloan Transparency and Accountability Act of 2021, will deliver comprehensive data and information on the effectiveness of the program. I applaud all the members for working on this important legislation in an effort to shine more light on how well the program is working. From my state of Missouri to both of the nation's coasts, assessing capital remains a top challenge facing all small businesses. Tools and resources like the microloan program can make a huge difference to small business owners in the early stages of their businesses. We must ensure these programs and tools are operating at a high level in delivering on the goals that Congress set for them. That's why this bill is so important. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1487, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri yields back his time. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, it's often said that information is power. H.R. 1487 will greatly increase the information publicly available about the microloan program's performance and impact. If we intend to continue to support the smallest of small businesses, we need to make sure the programs targeting them are operating at their best. That starts with improving the data and information available about where the loans are going, how affordable they are, and where the gaps in coverage are. With more data, the public can assess the impact these loans have in our communities, and Congress will be able to monitor the program and identify areas for improvement. I want to thank the gentleman from Tennessee and New Jersey for their hard work and collaboration bringing this bill to the floor today. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1487? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative,
Madam Speaker,
for what purpose does the gentleman from Texas
I
rise?
request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed.
I think she turned it. 1390?
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1490.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1490, a bill to amend the Small Business Investment Act of 1958 to improve the loan guarantee program, enhance the ability of small manufacturers to access affordable capital, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Kansas, Ms. Davids, and the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Kansas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on the measure under consideration.
Without objection, so moved.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman may proceed.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the bill before us today, H.R. 1490, the 504 Modernization and Small Manufacturer Enhancement Act of 2021. 504 loans are an important SBA capital access product, allowing small businesses to affordably purchase machinery and equipment, acquire real estate, or take on other fixed asset costs. The loan has a 3-party structure where an SBA-backed 504 lender provides 40% of the financing, a third-party lender provides 50% of the financing, and a small business borrower provides 10%. This unique structure has helped thousands of entrepreneurs expand their businesses and hire more employees, especially businesses with significant fixed costs. Last Congress, the Small Business Subcommittee on Investigations, Oversight, and Regulations held a hearing to review the current status of the 504 loan program. We heard from a panel of 504 lenders who reported concerns with the loan closing process, specifically that closing delays have caused loans to fall through and businesses to lose out on affordable financing. To that end, Ms. Craig put forth a strong proposal to streamline the 504 loan closing process and make compliance easier for CDCs, borrowers, and third-party lenders who are essential to the 504 loan structure. 2 of the provisions of that bill, which passed unanimously through our committee and the House, were also included in the Economic Aid Act that was enacted in December. The version of the bill before us today is identical to the version we passed last Congress, but for those provisions included in the Economic Aid Act. The changes under consideration today continue to address the issues we've heard in our engagement with 504 lenders and their borrowers in our districts, and I am pleased we are taking a vote on them today. These include increasing the maximum loan size for small manufacturers from $5.5 million to $6.5 million, and easing the job retention or creation requirement for them, which helps make 504 loans easier to access. We should be doing everything that we can to make navigating and utilizing this program as simple as possible. As a member of the Small Business Committee, I'm committed to helping our small businesses and manufacturers weather this current crisis and to helping Main Street come back even stronger. It's why I fought to secure $10 billion for the Defense Production Act and the American Rescue Plan Act to ramp up domestic production of PPE and other critical supplies. And it's also why I introduced the Supplies Act, which would promote the manufacturing of PPE and medical supplies by small businesses here in the U.S. And I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of the bill to help small businesses and manufacturers so they can help us. I want to thank the gentlewoman from Minnesota and the gentlewoman from California for their hard work and applaud their efforts to make bipartisan improvements to this valuable program. I recommend a yes vote to all my colleagues in the House. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Kansas reserves. The gentleman from Kansas reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume and rise in support of H.R. 1490.
Gentleman may proceed.
The 504 Modernization and Small Manufacturer Enhancement Act of 2021. When capital options are limited for a small business, the SBA offers numerous lending programs, including the 504 Certified Development Company Loan Program, also known as 504 CDC loan. The program provides long-term and fixed-rate financing that primarily supports purchases of real estate and machinery. Due to the program's unique cost structure that includes a small business, a lender, and a certified development company, the process is often lengthy and cumbersome. H.R. 1490 takes important steps to streamline the closing process and ensures the nation's job creators move through the program in a smooth and efficient manner. Additionally, H.R. 1490 enhances the 504 CDC loan program for America's small manufacturers. By increasing the maximum loan amount for small manufacturers, H.R. 1490 ensures these small businesses have the capital to expand and create jobs in Missouri and beyond. Enhancements to leading resources and tools, such as those outlined in H.R. 1490, is exactly what our small businesses, entrepreneurs, and startups need. I want to highlight the work of Ms. Craig from Minnesota, Ms. Kim from California, Mr. Shabbat from Ohio, and Ms. Davids from Kansas on this important matter. I'd also like to thank Chairwoman for her efforts as well. The changes in H.R. 1490 will improve the delivery of the 504 CDC loan program for all of America's small businesses. I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 1490. On that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Craig.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For over a year now, small businesses in my district and across the country have struggled to make it through this public health and economic crisis. As a result of this pandemic, prospective small business owners face a steeper climb than ever before. We must do more to make it easy to start, operate, and expand a small business in our communities. One of the most important ways that we can do this is by ensuring that the Small Business Administration's loan programs are operating as effectively and efficiently as possible. And today we have two bills that would do exactly that, including my bipartisan bill, the 504 Modernization and Small Manufacturer Enhancement Act. These crucial bipartisan pieces of legislation will not only increase the amount of capital available to manufacturers, but will actually ease the process of getting a loan. Because in the midst of a severe economic crisis, our business owners simply cannot be bogged down in red tape and legalese. Taken together, these bills will help to promote the economic development of small manufacturers, creating good-paying jobs in growing industries all across this country. To demonstrate just how impactful these loans can be, I want to tell you about Nate Bry, a lifelong resident of Rosemount, Minnesota. 13 years ago, Nate founded a sports apparel company called Custom Apparel, Inc. in the basement of his home. After years of hard work, Nate felt that it was finally time to reach a turning point, but he didn't have the resources he needed to take his business to the next level. When Nate received a 504 loan, he was immediately able to invest in his company, building a facility to manufacture his products right in his hometown, creating good-paying jobs in the very same community where he grew up. Nate's story, like so many others, is proof that the 504 loan program can change the lives of small business owners in this country. This program ensures that small businesses like Nate's are able to succeed, bringing home the job growth and economic stability that our communities are striving for, especially as we emerge from this devastating economic crisis. Because these are not simply businesses. These are livelihoods, family traditions, and priceless contributions to our communities. And we have an opportunity to support them on a bipartisan basis by taking action today. I urge all of my colleagues to come together and join me in supporting these bills and businesses across our nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota yields back. The gentlewoman from Kansas reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This time I'd like to yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Kim, someone who believes in cutting red tape to help ease the regulatory burden on all of our small businesses.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member Luetkemeyer, for yielding and for your leadership on the Small Business Committee. I would also like to extend my special thanks to Chairwoman Velasquez for putting forward these very important bills. And I rise in strong support of H.R. 1490, the 504 Modernization and Small Manufacturer Enhancement Act of 2021. I was proud to join my colleagues, Representatives Angie Craig, thank you, Davids, and Chabot, to introduce this bipartisan bill to modernize the SBA's 504 loan program. The program was established with the mission to incentivize economic growth and job creation by providing small businesses with affordable long-term financing. Our bill will provide the SBA with the tools to assist small businesses as they recover during COVID-19. H.R. 1490 would expand eligibility of 504 loans for small businesses that have focused on workforce development, revitalized areas hit hard by the pandemic or disaster areas, and implemented energy-efficient products, or have 10 or fewer employees. These additions will strengthen the 504 loan program for the long run and help small businesses in my community access much-needed capital. The bill will also streamline the closing process of 504 loans. Specifically, H.R. 1490 allows certified development companies to rectify documentation without the implicit approval of the SBA. These corrections will allow small businesses to make investments in their community or hire more workers without delay. Lastly, the bill would support our small manufacturers to ensure that our community's manufacturing base remains strong and competitive during these difficult times. So I urge my colleagues from both sides of the aisle to support H.R. 1490. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'll reserve.
Gentlewoman from Kansas reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
They're not going to go? Newman's not coming? Correct. Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield as much time as you may consume to the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Tenney, small business owner herself that knows the importance of cutting red tape and how it can lead to the success of the small business.
Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chairwoman Velasquez and Ranking Member Luetkemeyer, for bringing forth this great bipartisan bill. I rise today in support of H.R. 1490, the 504 Modernization and Small Manufacturer Enhancement Act. I'm proud to co-sponsor this bill with my colleagues from both sides of the aisle. This bipartisan legislation improves the loan guarantee program and helps small manufacturers access capital by streamlining the loan process and providing support to manufacturers who apply for the loan from local Small Business Administration district offices. As small businesses across the country and throughout New York's 22nd district continue to struggle with the devastating impacts of COVID-19, we must provide targeted support to our small businesses and manufacturers, and H.R. 1490 does just that. This legislation increases the maximum loan amount to $6.5 million and requires SBA district offices to partner with SBA resource partners to provide entrepreneurial development assistance to small manufacturers, which are abundant in central New York. This bill will also work to lower costs and streamline numerous administrative processes for small manufacturers, giving these businesses the tools and support they need to keep their doors open, something that has been said to me repeatedly through numerous town halls with small business community around the region. And as a member of the House Small Business Community, and as the ranking member indicated, the owner of a small manufacturing facility that is in its 75th year in central New York, I'm pleased to co-sponsor H.R. 1490 and the other 3 small business bills on the floor today. These 4 bills will provide targeted relief to small businesses across New York's 22nd district and throughout the nation. At a time when Americans seek true bipartisanship from its elected officials, I'm honored to be part of that effort. And I want to thank Representative Craig from Minnesota and Representative Kim from California for your leadership on this issue. I look forward to continuing to work with all of you on this matter. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you. I'll continue to reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Kansas continues to reserve. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have one more gentleman coming, but there's a long path between his office and here, and so apparently we're not here on time. So I am prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As our economy continues to recover and as our small businesses rebuild, existing federal government programs, tools, and resources need to be ready to provide assistance. Processes that are slow and unwieldy must be examined and retooled to ensure they are working on behalf of small businesses and the American public. H.R. 1490, the 504 Modernization and Small Manufacturer Enhancement Act of 2021, takes these steps to streamline the program while ensuring it is a viable option for small businesses as they recover and grow. Additionally, H.R. 1490 places a direct focus on our nation's small manufacturers. We must continue to work in a bipartisan manner to ensure these programs are ready for recovery. With that, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1490 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the SBA's 504 loan program has made a significant impact on our main streets in its 62-year history. In addition to partnering with banks to extend affordable fixed asset capital, most CDCs in the program are also actively involved in promoting local economic development, especially for underserved business communities. I'm proud of the opportunity we have today to continue supporting the work of CDCs. I want to applaud the work by the gentlewoman from Minnesota, the gentlewoman from California, and their bipartisan effort on the 504 program. I encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1490? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1482.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1482, a bill to amend the Small Business Act to enhance the Office of Credit Risk Management, to require the administrator of the Small Business Administration to issue rules relating to environmental obligations of certified development companies, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Kansas, Ms. Davids, and the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Luetkemeyer, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Kansas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection, so moved.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman may proceed.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the bill before us today, H.R. 1482, the 504 Credit Risk Management Improvement Act, which clarifies the oversight role of the SBA's Office of Credit Risk Management in respect to CDCs. To improve oversight of the SBA business loan programs, including the 7A and 504 loan programs, the agency established the Office of Credit Risk Management within the Office of Capital Access, OCRM. pronounced Okram for everybody who's here. OCRM conducts periodic reviews of SBA lenders to ensure they're complying with program requirements. In 2018, Congress passed bipartisan legislation to codify the office and gave it the tools it needs to conduct proper oversight and hold non-compliant lenders accountable. It was our intent to boost the office's enforcement powers to help minimize the likelihood that business loan programs would face losses and reduce the need for Congress to appropriate funds. I should point out that these programs are designed to operate at zero subsidy, meaning they come in at no cost to the taxpayer, and we intend to keep it that way. I'm pleased that the gentleman from North Carolina, along with the gentlewoman from Minnesota, worked together to bring this bill to life last Congress. This bill clarifies OCRM's oversight role and shifts loan closing file review responsibilities to the office, and in turn keeps the program running at a zero subsidy. I applaud your bipartisanship and, more importantly, your commitment to America's small businesses. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Kansas reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman may proceed.
Thank you. I rise in support of H.R. 1482, the 504 Credit Risk Management Improvement Act of 2021. I'd like to thank the Chair again for advancing all these bills that are meant to assist small businesses across the nation. Also want to thank the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Kim, the gentlelady from Kansas, Ms. Davids, and the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Craig, as well as the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Shabbat, for working in a bipartisan manner to strengthen the 504 CDC loan program. Government programs, and especially government-guaranteed loan programs, are only as strong as the oversight is required. In order to protect and safeguard American tax dollars, executive branch agencies must have a watchful eye focused on these programs. The Office of Credit Risk Management is a division at the Small Business Administration that is charged with overseeing many of the government-guaranteed lending programs that the SBA offers to small businesses. H.R. 1482 ensures the Office of Credit Risk Management has a trained eye focused on the 504 CDC loan program. Specifically, the legislation outlines how the office should conduct reviews under the lending program. Additionally, H.R. 1482 details the enforcement authority of the Office of Credit Risk Management. These enhancements will ensure the program operates effectively and efficiently into the future. Lastly, the bill requires the SBA to clearly and concisely define how the 504 CDC loan program operates in conjunction with the nation's environmental laws and rules. Unfortunately, this process currently lacks certainty by the SBA. Simply put, federal government programs require robust oversight, and the programs must have clear rules for small businesses. H.R. 1482 addresses both of these issues head-on. I urge and recommend all my colleagues to support H.R. 1482. And with that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll reserve.
Gentlewoman from Kansas reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This time I'd like to yield as much time as you may consume to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Shabbat, the former chairman of the Small Business Committee.
The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1490. I want to thank my colleague from Minnesota, Representative Angie Craig, for working with me on this bipartisan bill, and I also want to thank the other co-sponsors, Representatives Sharice Davids and Young Kim, for their work, as well as the full chair of the committee, Ms. Velasquez, who I worked with for many years, either with myself as chair and she as ranking, or her as chair and myself as ranking. And I want to thank Mr. Lutkemeyer for the great job he's doing at this point and the ranking member of the committee, and hopefully being chair next time, depending on what the American people think a year and a half down the road. So what does this legislation do? A number of things. It streamlines the 504 loan closing process, clarifies the loan closing and oversight process, and enhances the program for small manufacturers. And small manufacturers are absolutely critical in the economy nowadays, and we were actually making great strides in bringing back more and more jobs there until COVID hit. So that's why programs like this are so important, to give them the assistance that they need to get those jobs growing once again in that sector of the economy. The 504 program has been one of the more successful of the SBA, the Small Business Administration loan programs, over the years, and is really crucial as we recover from COVID-caused hardships of the past year. The SBA CDC 504 loan program provides the nation's smallest businesses with long-term and fixed-rate financing. Importantly, it requires that certain economic development criteria are in place to qualify for the program, and job creation and job retention are critical goals of the program. This bill passed the House last December in the previous Congress, and I'm happy to see it on the floor again this Congress. Hopefully, we'll get this bill signed into law this time and help provide small businesses with the support they need to recover from the pandemic, and hopefully we'll be looking at the pandemic in the rearview mirror sooner rather than later. So I want to thank this committee, for the Small Business Committee, for the great work that they're doing on behalf of America's small businesses. It is one of those committees that really does work in a bipartisan manner, Republicans and Democrats working together, and that's absolutely critical if we're going to get anything done. I urge my colleagues to support the bill and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized. Gentlewoman from Kansas reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This time I'd like to yield as much time as she may consume. The gentlelady from California, Ms. Kim. Again, a really hard worker and a big supporter of small businesses around this country.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Member Lookemeyer for yielding. I rise in strong support of H.R. 1482, the 504 Credit Risk Management Improvement Act of 2021. I'm proud to have joined my colleagues, Representatives Angie Craig, Dan Bishop, and Sharice Davis, to introduce this important bipartisan bill. The Small Business Administration's 504 loan program provides small businesses with affordable long-term financing to purchase major fixed assets such as machinery and real estate. This bill will ensure that our taxpayers' hard-earned dollars are spent effectively by enhancing oversight responsibilities of the SBA Office of Credit Risk Management. Our bill will provide SBA with the tools to enforce penalties for any violation of rules and regulations. By providing SBA with these tools, we look to strengthen the 504 loan program for many years to come. Additionally, this bill provides consistent and clear guidance when requiring certain environmental certifications. This change will provide small businesses with certainty about requirements and uniform regulations across the country. For any federal program to be successful, Congress and the executive branch must work together to ensure that we have a regulatory framework that is efficient and be able to prevent fraud and abuse of taxpayer dollars. I commend my colleagues from both sides of the aisle for their leadership on this important issue. I urge my colleagues from both sides of the aisle to support H.R. 1482. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll continue to reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Kansas continues to reserve. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This time I'd like to yield as much time as you may consume to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Missouri. I rise in support of my legislation, the 504 Credit Risk Management Improvement Act of 2021. As you may remember, this exact bill passed unanimously last December, and I hope the common sense measure can pass overwhelmingly again. For those that do not know about the 504 program, this was one of the first programs established at the Small Business Administration and has been a key tool for economic development. To receive financing, 504 loan recipients must create jobs or meet public policy goals like aiding rural development or revitalizing a business district. In its economic development role, the 504 program has provided access to capital and helped build communities across the country for over 6 decades. To ensure the program's continued success and viability for years to come, I partnered with Representative Angie Craig to craft a bill that provides SBA with the tools necessary to maintain the long-term health of the 504 program. This bill codifies the SBA's oversight responsibilities for the 504 program and provides the Office of Credit Risk Management with full control of the review process for certified development companies, known as CDCs, that deliver this program. The legislation also establishes a formal process of communication between the Office of Credit Risk Management and CDCs to facilitate reviews to make sure SBA is providing timely feedback to CDCs. Additionally, this legislation requires the SBA to provide clear direction to certified development companies as they navigate environmental rules and regulations. Finally, this bill will help ensure that the program continues to operate on the fees built into the program. SBA programs, including the 504 program, have been at the forefront of economic aid to businesses struggling as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. The SBA core lending programs will continue to play a key role in business recovery. I'm proud to do my part to ensure the 504 program continues to be a lifeline to businesses and communities today and into the future. I want to thank Chairwoman Velasquez and Ranking Member Luetkemeyer for their leadership and thank my colleague, Ms. Craig, for her partnership on this important bill. I also would like to thank Ms. Young Kim, Ms. Davids, Ms. Tenney, and Mr. Cohen for their support of this bill. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no further speakers at this time and am prepared to close.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no further speakers either, and I will close.
Gentleman may proceed.
Thank you. Oversight of the federal government programs is paramount to ensure American taxpayer dollars are used wisely. H.R. 1482 not only increases the oversight capabilities of the SBA over the 504 CDC loan program, but also requires clear and concise guidance for small business owners moving forward. There are sound changes that will improve the program for future 504 CDC borrowers. I applaud all members for working on this legislation and all the small business bills before us today. We must continue to put our nation's job creators at the forefront of this economic recovery. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'd just like to take a few moments as well to make a couple comments here with regards to all the bills that we've offered here today. All these bills dealt with things that deal with oversight. We as legislators in this body have really two jobs. One is to provide legislation to improve the lives of our businesses and our people in this country, protect our country, as well as provide oversight over all of the activities that go on within the executive branch, as well as the judicial branch to whatever extent we can. In our committee, we oversee the legislation with regards to Small Business Administration as well as oversight of their activities. We've come to find over the last several weeks here that due to Inspector General reports that the SBA is not being run as well as it should. There is fraud rampant in some of the programs, which is verified by the AG reports. We have a new administrator who has got her hands full because of the lack of knowledge of what goes on, but all the brand new things going on. So we've got a real problem, and we as legislators have got to step up, and these bills today are just one step in the process of providing kind of oversight that it takes. We will continue to provide oversight, I can assure you, and those listening and watching today need to take hearken in the fact that we're going to continue to provide the kind of oversight of our Small Business Administration and all of its programs that we have been tasked with and are responsible for. With that, Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1482, the last bill we discussed today, and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri yields back. The gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in its 62-year history, SBA's 504 loan program has helped thousands of entrepreneurs acquire heavy machinery and equipment, expand to more locations, and hire workers. It has long been a strong performing SBA program and has enjoyed consistent bipartisan support. We must continue to take all steps needed to preserve the integrity of the 504 program and ensure it will be an option for the next generation of entrepreneurs. Passing the bill before us today will help us do so. I want to thank Mr. Bishop and Ms. Craig for their hard work and collaboration in bringing this bill to the floor today. I also want to thank Mr. Luetkemeyer for his leadership today and his unwavering commitment to our nation's 30 million small businesses. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Kansas yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1482? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays have been requested. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 303 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 12, House Resolution 303, resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 7, to amend the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 to provide more effective remedies to victims of discrimination in the payment of wages on the basis of sex and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and Labor, now printed in the bill, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor or their respective designees. 2, the further amendments described in Section 2 of this resolution. 3, the amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution. And 4, one motion to recommit. Section 2, after debate pursuant to the first section of this resolution, each further amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules not earlier considered as part of amendments en bloc pursuant to Section 3 of this resolution shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 3, it shall be in order at any time after debate pursuant to the first section of this resolution for the chair of the Committee on Education and Labor or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 4, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 1195 to direct the Secretary of Labor to issue an occupational safety and health standard that requires covered employers within the healthcare and social service industries to develop and implement a comprehensive workplace violence prevention plan and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived.
The amendment and the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and Labor, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor or their respective designees. 2, the further amendments described in Section 5 of this resolution. 3, the amendments en bloc described in Section 6 of this resolution. And 4, one motion to recommit. Section 5. After debate pursuant to Section 4 of this resolution, each further amendment printed in Part C of the report of the Committee on Rules, not earlier considered as part of amendments en bloc, pursuant to Section 6 of this resolution, shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 6, it shall be in order at any time after debate pursuant to Section 4 of this resolution for the chair of the Committee on Education and Labor or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part C of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 7. All points of order against the further amendments printed in Parts B and C of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution or amendments en bloc described in Sections 3 and 6 of this resolution are waived.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During the consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection, so moved.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yesterday the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 303, providing for consideration of H.R. 7, the Paycheck Fairness Act, under a structured rule. It provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor. It self-executes a manager's amendment from Chairman Scott and makes in order 6 amendments to H.R. 7. It also provides for 1 motion to recommit. The rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 1105, the Workplace Violence Prevention for Healthcare and Social Service Workers Act, under a structured rule. It provides 1 hour debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor and makes in order 6 amendments to H.R. 1195. It also provides for 1 motion to recommit. Finally, the rule provides for an en bloc authority to Chairman Scott or his designee for both bills. Madam Speaker, before I begin, I just wanted to take a moment for the first time on the floor since we lost Congressman Hastings to say for myself personally how much gratitude I have for having known him and be able to serve with him, and regret that I won't see his smiling face, at least in this body, again. Madam Speaker, the 2 bills we are talking about today have the potential to drastically improve the working lives of millions of Americans. In 2019, nearly 1 in 9 women in the United States lived in poverty, with even higher rates for women of color. More than 1 in 3 families headed by unmarried mothers lived in poverty. and 60% of all poor children lived in families headed by unmarried mothers. The coronavirus pandemic has only deepened the divides that already existed in this country. Women are especially likely to be on the front lines of the pandemic. At the same time, they are also being paid less than their male counterparts. 93% of child care workers, 66% of grocery store cashiers, 70% of food servers, and 77% of clothing, shoe stores, and retail salespeople are women. Women disproportionately, Black women and Latinas, make up more than 8 in 10 of these working as home health aides, personal care aides, and nursing assistants. They are also at great risk for contracting COVID-19. 6 months ago, deep into the pandemic, 1 in 6 Latinas and 1 in 5 Black women reported not having enough food in the previous week, and many reported being behind on rent or mortgage payments. Even before the pandemic, women typically lost more than $10,000 every year to the gender wage gap, with even higher losses for women of color. More than 5 decades after the passage of the Equal Pay Act of 1963, a woman in America still makes only 82 cents on average for every dollar earned by her male counterpart. Compared to white men, Black women are paid 63 cents. Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander women are paid 63 cents. American Indian or Alaska Native women are paid 60 cents, and Hispanic women are paid 55 cents. Based on today's wage gap, a woman who works full-time, year-round, stands to lose over $400,000 over a 40-year career because of this disparity. This is not the United States that Frances Perkins, the first woman secretary, envisioned that we would have an opportunity today to make a real change. I am proud to have joined with my very dear friend, Chairwoman DeLore, to introduce the Paycheck Fairness Act, which is an important step toward ending gender-based wage discrimination and ensuring that all women receive equal pay for equal work. It's time to make equal pay for equal work more than just a slogan and turn it into a reality. Madam Speaker, we're also here to talk about the epidemic of violence against healthcare and social service workers. Last year, Department of Labor statistics show that there were nearly 5 times as likely to suffer a serious workplace violence injury than workers in other industries. The General Accounting Office found that rates of violence against healthcare workers in hospitals, nursing homes, and residential care facilities is 5 to 12 times higher than estimated rates for workers overall. Between 2011 and 2016, 58 hospital workers died as a result of workplace violence. For me, this matter strikes close to home. In 2010, Napa State technician Donna K. Gross was killed outside of Napa State Hospital by a patient under psychiatric care. Donna was a constituent. She entered the profession to honor her mother, who battled mental illness and was a patient at this very same hospital. She was the mother of 3 grown children and was raising her granddaughter. Her colleagues described her by saying, quote, "First and foremost, Donna was a human services type person and loved being with people and working with people. Donna's life was cut short when a patient brutally murdered her to steal jewelry and cash. This story is just one of thousands, and incidents are on the rise. Sadly, violence has become so commonplace for healthcare workers that they think it's part of their job, resulting in only 30% of violent incidents actually being reported. Some states have stepped up to enact laws to require employers to establish a plan to protect against workplace violence. Donna's story, for example, inspired action in California that I was proud to be part of. That action in California served as the basis for the bill before us tomorrow. These workers deserve national action, and they deserve it now. As the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, these workers are not receiving the urgent attention they need. OSHA takes at least 7 years to put out a standard, but in some instances can take more than 20 years. People like Donna K. Gross cannot wait any longer. To protect the people who dedicate their lives to caring for us, we need to move now. In truth, we needed to move years ago. The longer we wait, the more people are suffering. The longer we wait, more people like Donna will die. Madam Speaker, I thank you and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank Mr. DeSaulnier of California for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I will yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman may proceed.
I first want to acknowledge, along with Mr. DeSaulnier, the poignant loss that we all feel here in the House with the departure of our friend Alcee Hastings. He was a fixture in the Rules Committee for all of the years that I've been on that committee, and certainly, while I acknowledged yesterday, we feel his absence, we also feel his presence. He was truly larger than life on the committee. So today's rule provides for consideration of two bills that are meant to improve working conditions and compensation. The House actually considered these same bills last Congress, did not receive consideration in the Senate, and I do not believe any substance has changed in the underlying bills. The first bill, H.R. 7, the Paycheck Fairness Act, seeks to prevent wage discrimination on the basis of sex, a fact that is already prohibited under current law. This legislation will help trial lawyers, but offers no new protections against pay discrimination. The Equal Pay Act of 1963 prohibits all discrimination in pay based upon sex or any other non-job performance-related issue. Title VII of the Civil Rights Act, protection against discrimination based on race, color, national origin, religion, and sex. Sex-based wage disparity is in direct violation of not one, but two federal laws. It is important to acknowledge that bad actors engage in gender pay discrimination. Their actions are illegal, and they leave employers vulnerable to burdensome lawsuits and heavy fines. I could not agree more that such discrimination has no place in any business or society in general. However, those who perpetrate these illegal acts are the exception and not the rule. Congress must not forget the positive economic trends that this nation enjoyed before the arrival of the novel coronavirus in the United States. The Trump administration had made great strides reining in federal overreach, which quickly improved opportunities for all Americans. Unemployment was at the lowest level in nearly half a century, and median wages across all demographic groups rose faster than at any other time in American history. Unfortunately, the majority has crafted legislation that would place greater burdens on employers, reduce the privacy of employees, and increase federal spending. H.R. 7 does little to protect the wages of American workers who are experiencing gender pay discrimination. In fact, it makes it harder for employers to defend legitimate differentials in pay based on factors other than sex. Currently, employers may pay differential wages to factors other than sex, like education, training, or experience. This means that all other things being equal, a woman cannot be paid differently than a man. When an employee brings different qualifications to the job, such as she has an advanced degree or more experience, the factors used to evaluate employee pay are no longer equal. So this preserves the flexibility for employers to make the best decision for their businesses, including hiring the most qualified individuals regardless of sex. H.R. 7 would now require that non-sex reasons for any wage disparity have a business necessity, a term which is not defined in the bill. Providing a gender-based business necessity that accounts for the entire differential in pay is nearly an impossible standard to defend against. This change to a bona fide factor defense does not consider the reality of the labor market. Employees are often willing to accept lower pay for greater control over their work location, their schedule, and vacation time. Studies have shown that this is particularly true for women. With the threat of lawsuits hanging over the heads of employers, they are less likely to allow for flexibility in the workplace. Instead of allowing employees to negotiate their own pay and work arrangements, employers will be incentivized to transform jobs that were once negotiable and flexible into jobs that are much more rigid. H.R. 7 also limits an employer's ability to pay its employees based on performance. If a woman were to earn a performance-based bonus or salary increase that her male coworker did not receive, then that man could file suit against the employer on the basis that the bonus is not a business necessity due to the vagueness in terms in H.R. 7. With this threat in mind, employers are much less likely to use performance pay-based bonuses, despite studies showing that such pay models actually do increase employee productivity. While legitimate claims do exist, and I hope that all employees who have experienced discrimination do seek legal remedy, the changes in H.R. 7 would significantly increase the size and profitability of lawsuits, making non-meritorious claims even more likely for trial lawyers looking for new cash flows. And that is the inherent danger. H.R. 7 also requires employers to provide disaggregated employee information to the Department of Labor without delineating mechanisms to keep that information safe. Have we ever heard that the federal government has lost employee data, or that the federal government may not be the best steward of a citizen's private information? And maybe we should limit the data received until those capabilities are in fact improved and verified. So the second bill included in this rule, H.R. 1195, requires that the Secretary of Labor issue a rule on workplace violence prevention in the healthcare and social service sectors. So some may be surprised to hear that acts of violence are the third leading cause of fatal occupational injuries. Of these incidences, approximately 8% were intentionally caused by another person. When Americans go to work each day, they do not expect to face violence or other harm. This risk is especially high for healthcare providers and social workers. These caregivers can be subject to patients that may not be in control when they're under the influence of medication, or perhaps have some other mental stress, they're upset at a family member, or some ongoing domestic dispute, and unfortunately even gang violence. The rate of workplace violence resulting in days away from work for healthcare providers is on average 4 times higher than for other professions. In addition, healthcare providers and social workers are less likely to report incidents. This may be partly due to the pledge to do no harm and the inclination to forgive patient-caused injuries as accidental. Regardless of the situation, all workers deserve a safe workplace. Currently, there is no mandatory standard on workplace violence prevention. However, in 2015, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration published guidelines for preventing workplace violence for healthcare and social service workers, and is currently working on workplace violence prevention, a rule for workplace violence prevention. H.R. 1195 would require the Secretary of Labor to issue a rule on workplace violence prevention based upon OSHA's 2015 guidelines. An interim standard is required within 1 year, and a final rule must be issued within 2 years. While the goal of this legislation is very important, the time frame imposed on the Department of Labor and OSHA does exceed the norm. While no one believes that we should continue to delay worker protections, OSHA has already begun the rulemaking process and is gathering stakeholder input. Perhaps rather than pass a bill to require the issuance of a rule, we should be considering reforms to the entire OSHA rulemaking process. In other words, let's improve the bureaucracy rather than simply flogging it. While an OSHA rulemaking would ensure enforcement of workplace violence prevention policies, according to a 2018 American Hospital Association survey, 97% of respondents reported they already have a workplace violence prevention policy in place. In 2019, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention stated that additional research was required to identify effective strategies to prevent violence, particularly in healthcare settings. We can all agree there's a need for OSHA to do its work, to issue a workplace violence prevention regulation to protect healthcare providers and social service workers. I hope we are able to accomplish this goal, but I do worry that we are placing another costly burden on the entities through what is supposed to be an expedited process that may require modification in the future to ensure an effective and safe workplace for all Americans. So with that, I will urge opposition to the rule, and I will reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would like to yield 4 minutes to the very distinguished gentleman from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the distinguished chair and representative of the beautiful city of Worcester, Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 4 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from California, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, and also a graduate of the College of the Holy Cross in Worcester, for yielding me the time. And Madam Speaker, I support this rule and the underlying legislation, and I urge my colleagues on both sides to do the same. And I hope they all will certainly vote for the rule. The 2 bills that we are bringing to the floor are the product of regular order. They went through the committee process, hearings, and markups. We, in the Rules Committee, made the Republican substitutes in order so they can try to defend their ideas, which I don't agree with, but nonetheless. And other Republican amendments are made in order as well. But then again, I guess there's not much we could do to make some of my friends happy. But in any event, but I rise now for a more somber purpose, and that is to honor my friend and colleague, Congressman Alcee Hastings, who we lost last week after a courageous battle with cancer. I am proud to have sat side by side with him in the Rules Committee for many years. I often say that the Rules Committee is like a family. Now, to those outsiders who are observing the Rules Committee, we can look sometimes like a little bit of a dysfunctional family, but nonetheless, we are a family. And today, our family is in mourning. And this House is already a little less joyful and a little less purpose-driven without him here. Because that was the thing about Alcee Hastings. Whether he was in the majority or the minority, whether he liked what we were considering on this floor or not, he relished his service in this institution. And he used every day here to wage worthy fights on behalf of justice. His election marked the first time an African American was elected from Florida since the Civil War era. And he went on to become the first black chairman of the Helsinki Commission, a respected voice on the world stage. There was not a barrier he was afraid to break. And he was steadfast in providing a voice to all those who needed an ally, including minorities and children and immigrants and people struggling in poverty. Madam Speaker, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that he could do more with a simple turn of a phrase than many of us could do with 100 words or more. As he was yielding back his time in the committee or here on the floor, especially if he felt that we were considering a bill that somehow was disadvantaging vulnerable people in this country, he would get up and he would give a stern and passionate and succinct lecture to this body and then he would conclude by saying, "That's my story, and I'm sticking to it, and if I offended any of you by what I said, that was intentional." It was pure Alcee Hastings. He chose his words carefully, and he meant every one of them. Now, I've lost a dear friend. This Congress has lost a giant, and those who all too often go unseen in America have lost a champion. We send our prayers and our condolences to his family, to his dedicated and wonderful staff, and to his constituents, knowing that these halls will never see someone quite like him again. May he rest in peace. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman may proceed.
Madam Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, Republicans will amend the rule immediately to consider H.R. 2430, the temporary reauthorization and study of the Emergency Scheduling of Fentanyl Analogs Act. This critical bill would extend the Drug Enforcement Agency's authority to temporarily schedule fentanyl analogs for another year. Unfortunately, President Biden's open border policy is encouraging drug trafficking of substances like fentanyl, so it is imperative that the Drug Enforcement Administration retain this authority to keep those dangerous substances out of our communities. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record, along with extraneous material, immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection, so moved.
This is a critical reauthorization, and it's imperative to maintaining our nation's efforts to address the opiate epidemic. February of 2018, the Drug Enforcement Administration used its authority to place non-scheduled fentanyl-like substances temporarily into Schedule 1 for a period of 2 years. It is important that we do not let this authorization lapse, as illicit fentanyl is still an imminent threat to Americans. The Drug Enforcement Administration testified that the positive impacts since implementing this temporary schedule are significant, stating that prior to this action, DEA observed a rapid and continuous emergence of a new fentanyl-like substance each time it's scheduled to remove a fentanyl-like substance. In other words, you'd take one out and one would pop up. We simply cannot return to that reality because of the deadly nature of this substance. Just last month, 2 North Texas teenagers died from counterfeit pills containing fentanyl. Last year, the Dallas DEA found over 16 kilograms of fentanyl targeting the region. It contained over 8 million lethal doses, 1 for every North Texas resident. Unfortunately, throughout this pandemic, the opiate crisis has continued and has gotten worse. Exacerbating this problem is the ease with which fentanyl is being smuggled across our southern border. The changes in border security enforcement that have occurred have sent a message to the cartels and the drug smugglers that securing our sovereignty is no longer an administration priority. What's worse is that some adults and children are forced to carry these drugs into the United States by smugglers. Sometimes innocent individuals traffic drugs into the United States in their vehicles without even knowing that the cartels have placed it there without their knowledge. The only way to limit the exploitation of innocent individuals and to protect our American communities is to limit the market for these vile products. During the past year, this country has suffered over 500,000 deaths to an unforeseen disease. We should do everything we can to trample the market of a known killer, fentanyl. We must equip our communities to address this issue at its very source. The temporary emergency rescheduling of fentanyl analogs to Schedule 1 is a necessary tool for the Drug Enforcement Administration to work with other agencies and law enforcement officials to address the threat of illicit fentanyl. I strongly support this bill and strongly urge fellow members to defeat the previous question and support H.R. 2430. I'll reserve the. Let me recognize the gentleman from Georgia for 3 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I'm here today to ask my colleagues across the aisle to support the efforts outlined in H.R. 2430 to extend the emergency scheduling of fentanyl analogs. This is an opportunity for us to work together to help stem the flow of deadly fentanyl and its analogs into our country. This is also an issue that impacts every one of us and the communities that we call home. We all know someone who has been the victim of an addictive or illegal opioid. Just last week, in my home state of Georgia, the Georgia Attorney General announced that he is investigating fatal drug overdoses blamed on counterfeit medications laced with fentanyl. Those individuals bought illegal products they believed to be Xanax, Percocet, and Roxycodone. These clusters of overdose were spread across my state, and I know we aren't alone. It continues to take the lives of our fellow Americans, and more must be done to fight this. Fentanyl is an extremely dangerous substance. 3 milligrams is enough to be fatal. It's 50 times more potent than heroin. First responders just touching or accidentally inhaling the substance can experience severe complications and possible death. So where is this coming from? Across the border with Mexico. The GAO even reports that seizures of fentanyl from Mexico increased by more than 200% from 2018 to 2020. Every year, U.S. Border Patrol agents intercept enough fentanyl to kill every single American several times over. In fact, CBP announced in 2019 that they had enough seized fentanyl to kill 800 million people. 800 million people. I visited the border last week to see this crisis firsthand. I was surprised it wasn't a crisis. It was a disaster. It is a disaster on the border. Border Patrol agents are so overwhelmed with a 20-year record high number of illegal immigrants that smugglers and cartels are using this as an opportunity to traffic more fentanyl. If the president and vice president would visit the border, like I did, they would be able to talk to the agents firsthand and see for themselves how serious this issue is. Instead, they have elected to leave our border wide open. We are inviting drug traffickers to bring fentanyl into the country and distribute it into our streets. My streets, your streets, Madam Speaker. And if we don't look at long-term scheduling options for all fentanyl products, we remove the last line of defense to provide a deterrent to illegal distribution. Our communities are at risk.
His time has expired.
Yield the gentleman another minute, please.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Our communities are at risk, Madam Speaker. Your community, my community, all of our communities. They don't care if it's a Democratic community or a Republican community. They are at risk. It's time for us to work together as a Congress to pass good legislation. We started to address the opioid epidemic in a bipartisan fashion when Republicans were in the majority with the passage of the SUPPORT Act, a bipartisan product, and the Comprehensive Addiction and Recovery Act. We should get back to working together, and this is a great opportunity to do so. Madam Speaker, as you know, professionally I'm a pharmacist. I've witnessed this. It does not discriminate. Opioid addiction doesn't care if you're a Republican, a Democrat, a male, a female, African American, Caucasian, Hispanic. It does not care. It is an addiction that is paralyzing our country. I urge defeat of the previous question so that we can immediately consider H.R. 2430. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Frank.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. First, Madam Speaker, just to follow Chairman McGovern and thank him for his very kind words on my friend and neighbor, Alcee Hastings, who was a brilliant, forceful advocate for justice and the great senior leader of the Florida delegation, and we miss him dearly. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the National Urban League on support of the Paycheck Fairness Act.
Without objection, so moved.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the passage of the Paycheck Fairness Act. I have some important questions and simple answers. First, do rent and food cost less for women than men? The answer is no. Do women work less hard than men? Absolutely not. Do children depend on the financial support of their mothers? The answer is yes. So should women make less money than men for doing equal work? Obviously not. Yet for many reasons, women are paid an average of just 82 cents for every dollar paid to men, and it's even lower for women of color, causing struggling families and eventually a lower Social Security benefits and retirement savings for our grandmothers. No wonder it's women and their children who are the majority of poor in this country. And as we emerge from a pandemic that has hit women workers the hardest, isn't it time for an economy that compensates women fairly for their work? Of course it is. And this requires numerous actions, including making sure that women and girls have full access to health care, education, and financial resources, family-friendly workplaces, combating sexual harassment and violence, making child and adult care more affordable, and raising the pay for minimum wage workers, 2/3 of whom are women. And today we can take a giant step forward towards this moral and legal imperative of closing the gender wage gap by passing the Paycheck Fairness Act and giving the workers the tools to enforce the Equal Pay Act of 1963 that requires pay equity. Isn't it time, Madam Speaker, that our mothers, our daughters, and sisters get paid fairly for their hard day's work? Of course. And that's my final question and final answer for today, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd now like to recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Peter Meyer, for 3 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2430 to extend the DEA's temporary authority to schedule fentanyl-related substances for 1 year. Fentanyl is a deadly opioid that kills thousands of Americans annually. When the chemical formula of fentanyl is even slightly modified, creating a fentanyl analog, these substances can become exponentially more lethal. These analogs have been a driving force behind the opioid epidemic that continues to plague our local communities. The authority for the DEA to classify these analogs as Schedule I substances is critical to law enforcement's ability to keep these drugs off our streets. As a member of the Homeland Security Committee, I recently joined my colleagues on a trip to assess the ongoing crisis on our southern border. Fentanyl has continued to move into our country through our ports of entry, mainly through our border with Mexico. On the trip, we spoke with law enforcement officials who detailed the challenges posed by transnational criminal organizations, including drug traffickers, who are attempting to take advantage of the current crisis. With already limited border security resources being diverted to deal with the humanitarian crisis, drug smugglers are continuing their attempts to push dangerous substances, including fentanyl, into the United States. In the first quarter of 2021, the seizure of fentanyl at our southwestern border by CBP has increased by a staggering 233% from the first quarter of 2020. At a time when our country is experiencing a border crisis and an opioid crisis, we need to be enacting policies that strengthen law enforcement and enhance public safety, instead of empowering bad actors who are continuing to put our communities at risk. If we fail to act on this common sense extension before the upcoming May 6th deadline, we will be taking away a major tool that law enforcement needs to keep our communities safe. With fentanyl analogs no longer properly scheduled, drug smugglers will continue and remain emboldened to expand their attempts to move fentanyl into the United States. This would exacerbate two already unsustainable crises, the ongoing surge at our southern border and the opioid epidemic that has devastated the lives of Americans across the country. For that reason, I urge defeat of the previous question and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Given the topic, Madam Chair, I appreciate the designation. Ms. Burgess, I have no other speakers, so I'm prepared to close if you're prepared to close. I reserve further.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll yield myself the balance of our time. And
Gentleman may proceed.
just to speak a little further on the amendment that's been offered if the previous question is defeated, H.R. 2430. Like so many members, I too have traveled down to the border. The difference is I've done that many times over the last 12 years. It has never been this bad, and I need to emphasize that. I encourage the President, the Vice President to visit the southern border, come to the lower Rio Grande Valley, and see for themselves firsthand just how bad this crisis is. And then back to the business at hand. I want to be very clear about the two bills included in today's rule. Wage discrimination has no place in any society, and it is currently illegal in the United States of America. The path Congress must take is to not increase opportunities for trial lawyers, but to continue its focus on strong economic policy that actually expands opportunities for all Americans. Prior to the pandemic, nearly 75 million women participated in the workforce, more than at any other time in history. A robust and resilient economy will provide the jobs, provide the wages, and the wage gains that Americans expect and deserve. Also, workplace violence is a threat that no American should have to face. The threat is particularly high for healthcare workers and social service workers. These workers dedicate their lives to taking care of others, and they deserve to be taken care of in return. While I support the goal of H.R. 1195, I believe it would benefit from further discussion to ensure that the timeline for issuing a rule and developing workplace violence prevention will produce the most effective and safe outcome for American workers. So with that, I urge a no vote on the previous question, no on the underlying measure, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a March 25th New York Times article entitled, "In 25 years, the pay gap has shrunk by just 8 cents." And
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, on the anniversary of Women's Equal Pay Day, U.S. women's soccer player Megan Rapinoe, in a congressional hearing, said, quote, "One cannot simply outperform inequality. Wage discrimination isn't limited to any one sector or income level, and the Congress must act to stop it." Mr. Speaker, the importance of this issue is really about the proper enforcement of a bill that was first enacted in 1963. We generally agree on the importance of that legislation, or we disagree as enforcement, and we've had years to see what the proper disincentives are and incentives for proper behavior when it comes to protecting women in the workforce. And on the second bill, predominantly women, but people who work in vulnerable positions where they're subject to greater violence. On pay equity, we look at states like California, where I'm from, and we can see that our laws, our aggressive laws, have worked, at least to help with the pay equity situation. Who can deny in our lifetimes the benefit to the U.S. economy, to all of us, for having women in the workforce? We should be able to compensate that benefit that we've all gotten. As a survivor of cancer, I've been taken by how many young women went into the medical profession, and they helped to develop the medicine that has saved my life. A disease that 15 years ago, at stage 4, when I was diagnosed, there was little that could be done to extend people's lives. That research came from brilliant people, many of them women. Why would I want to inhibit or disincentive any young person, any woman, any young woman from going into that field. And I know that my friend from Texas knows this. We want the best and the brightest to help us with our medical challenges, irrespective of what their background is or what their sex is. Mr. Speaker, every day we wait to pass these bills, healthcare workers are being harmed and families are going deeper and deeper into poverty. Our inequality issues get worse, not better. We should not waste another moment. I urge a yes vote on the rule and the previous question. I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. All of those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The previous question is ordered.
Mr. Speaker, on that I demand the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 172, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 172, a bill to reauthorize the United States Anti-Doping Agency and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 30-minute. What purpose, the gentlewoman from Washington?
As a member
Speaker?
designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on HR 172. Thank you.
Gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition.
Mahalo, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Moulton pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on House Resolution 172.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek as a member designated by Ms. Elise Stefanik from New York pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote yea on H.R. 172. Thank you.
Purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 172.
Does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Slacken pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Slacken will vote yes on HR 172.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Mfume pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mfume votes aye on H.R. 172. As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote aye on House Resolution 172.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.R. 172.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cardenas pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote aye on H.R. 172.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson vote yes on H.R. 127.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Brooklyn seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 172.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 172.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wasserman Schultz, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wasserman Schultz will vote yea on H.R. 172.
The gentleman from Illinois seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote aye on H.R. 172.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Norman of the state of South Carolina pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Norman will vote no on H.R. 172.
Purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on H.R. 172, and as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.R. 172.
For what? Where's... For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Crenshaw, the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crenshaw will vote yes on H.R. 172. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Babin, the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on H.R. 172.
Purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Omar, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Omar will vote yes on H.R. 172.
gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Keating pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Keating will vote yes on HR 172.
Does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition? For what purpose does a gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on HR 172. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on HR 172.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. Richard Neal of Massachusetts and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Neal will vote yes on adoption of House Resolution 172, the United States Anti-Doping Agency Reauthorization Act of 2021. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by the Honorable Ms. Laurie Trahan of Massachusetts, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I would also like to inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote yes on House Resolution 172, the United States Anti-Doping Agency Reauthorization Act of 2021. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on HR 172.
For what purpose is the gentlelady?
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? No, not yet. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore, pursuant to HRS 8, and for the House, Ms. Moore will vote yes on HR 172. As the member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to HRS 8, and for the House, Mr. Liu will vote yes on HR 172. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to HRS 8, and for the House, Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on HR 172.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Green from the state of Georgia, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Green will vote nay on HR 172.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote nay on HR 172.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote yea on HR 172.
Thank you. The House will be in order. On this vote, the yeas are 380, the nays are 38. On this vote, the yeas are 381, the nays are 37. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is my solemn duty to rise today on behalf of the Florida delegation as we continue to grieve the passage of our colleague and our friend, Alcee Hastings of Florida. Congressman Alcee Hastings was more than a colleague. He was a dear friend to me and to my family. Madam Speaker, my brother Lincoln Diaz-Balart, Congressman Lincoln Diaz-Balart, served with Alcee Hastings in the Rules Committee, and through him, I also developed a very special relationship. Alcee, along with Congresswoman Carrie Meek and Kareem Brown, he was the first African American from Florida to serve in Congress after more than 100 years. Alcee Hastings, Mr. Hastings dedicated his life to serving others and to fighting for human rights. You know, he lived by Dr. Martin Luther King's phrase, "An injustice anywhere is an affront to justice everywhere." Alcee Hastings' brilliance, his perseverance, and his charisma, along with his ceaseless fight for human rights, built a lasting and meaningful legacy. And even during that last battle of his, the one that ultimately took his life, he continued to serve with passion, with great heart, and always with that, that special spark that he had, that smile of his that he always had. We are truly heartbroken by his passing, and we offer our deepest condolences and prayers to his family and all of those who knew and loved him. Florida and Congress really lost a trailblazer. Madam Speaker, I would also like to thank one very special person, Lolly Morrison, Alcee's longtime Chief of Staff, for her service to the people of Florida, and equally as important, her dedication and her friendship to Alcee Hastings. Madam Speaker, I now yield to Congresswoman Kathy Castor of Florida.
Well, I thank my good friend from Florida for yielding the time, and it's with great sadness that I rise on behalf of the Florida delegation. And you can see we have many new Floridians in our delegation today because we had such great love, respect, and admiration for our colleague, Congressman Hastings. He was a towering figure who always stood up for the little guy. He fought for civil rights, he fought for voting rights, he fought for affordable health care. He was tireless. Now, he did not suffer fools or malarkey, and he was unafraid to point it out, and he did so with relish. And let that be a great example to all of us who have this tremendous responsibility to stand up every day for the people who send us here, especially the voiceless and the vulnerable. But Alcee served with great intellect, with passion, with flair. He loved the House of Representatives. He loved the state of Florida. He wanted it to be better, and he worked on that every single day. But I think we are all better for his service and his example. Madam Speaker, I think he would have appreciated the fact that you are in bright orange today, the color of his beloved Florida A&M University. Go Rattlers. But on behalf of the great state of Florida, we also send our love, prayers, and condolences to Lolly, his chief of staff, his entire team, his family, his devoted friends. And I would respectfully ask that we recognize his life with a moment of silence, but ask and invite you all to join us in a celebration of his life that we intend to hold next week. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair asks all those present in the chamber, as well as members and staff throughout the Capitol, to please rise for a moment of silence in remembrance of the late Honorable Alcee L. Hastings of the great state of Florida. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, to suspend the rules and pass S 578, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. As the clerk reports the title, I remind members that we have 24 minutes, only 24 minutes for this vote.
Senate 578, an act to improve the health and safety of Americans living with food allergies and related disorders, including potentially life-threatening anaphylaxis, food protein-induced enterocolitis syndrome, and eosinophilic gastrointestinal diseases, and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their vote by recorded device.
New York seek recognition. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on S. 578.
From Texas seek recognition.
As a member designated by Mr. Crenshaw, great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crenshaw will vote yes on S 578. As a member designated by Mr. Babin, the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote yes on S 578.
And from Washington State seek recognition.
Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on S. 578.
Where's this guy from? For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote yea on S. 578. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote yea on S. 578.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Keating pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Keating will vote yes on Senate 578.
Got it. Purpose is a gentleman from Arizona seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Green from Georgia, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Green will vote nay on S. 578.
Purpose is a gentleman from Illinois seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on S. 578.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Hi, Mr. Chairman. As the member designated by Ms. Slacken pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Slacken will vote yes on S578.
Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Carnes pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnes will vote aye on S578.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on S578. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on S578.
The gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on S578. And as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on S578.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Omar, pursuant to H.R. Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative Omar will vote yes on S578.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal votes aye on S578. As the member designated by Mr. Mfume pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mfume votes aye on S578.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Miss Laurie Trahan of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote yes on S578, the FASTER Act of 2021. And as the member designated by the Honorable Mr. Richard Neal of Massachusetts pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd also like to inform the House that Mr. Neal will vote yes on S578, the FASTER Act of 2021. Thank you.
Does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wasserman Schultz pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wasserman Schultz will vote yay on Senate Bill 578.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on S578.
purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Norman of South Carolina pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Norman will vote yes on S 578.
Purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on the motion to suspend the rules on 578. Thank you.
Gentleman from Michigan, Maryland seek recognition.
As the member designated by Mr. Rupersberger pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rupersberger will vote aye on S 578.
Does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on S 578. As the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote yes on S 578. As the member designated by Ms. Moore pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Ms. Moore will vote yes on S 578.
And a For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on S 578. Thank you.
Does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Stefanik of New York, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote yea for S 578. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Purpose does a gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Mahalo, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Moulton, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yea on S578.
For what purpose does a gentleman from California seek recognition? For what purpose does a gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on S578.
On this vote, the yeas are 415, the nays are 11. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, to suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 164, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 164, an act to educate healthcare providers and the public on biosimilar biological products and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? The members will record their vote by electronic device. From Illinois seek recognition.
Designated by Mr. Grijalva, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yea on S-164.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote yea on S-164. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote yea on S-164.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on S-164.
Thank you.
Texas on your left.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Crenshaw of the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crenshaw will vote yes on S-164. As a member designated by Mr. Babin from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote yes on S-164.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
You know?
He was my boy.
And
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Omar, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Omar will vote yes on S-164.
Does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition? She's from New York. Right?
Sorry? New York.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Member designated by Ms. Stefanik of New York, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote yea on S-164.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Keating pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Keating will vote yes on S-164.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Green from Georgia, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Green will vote yea on S-164.
This is a gentleman from Florida seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wasserman Schultz pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wasserman Schultz will vote yea on Senate Bill 164.
Purpose, does the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Mahalo, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Moulton, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yea on S164.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes yes on the motion to suspend the rules. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on S164.
For what purpose does a gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on S164.
For what purpose does a gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Karnas pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Karnas will vote aye on S164.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal of Washington pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal votes aye on S164. As the member designated by Mr. Rupersberger of Maryland pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rupersberger will vote aye on S164. And as the member designated by Mr. Mfume of Maryland pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mfume votes aye on S164. South Carolina.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Norman of South Carolina pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Norman will vote yes on S164.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. Richard Neal of Massachusetts and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Neal will vote yes on S164, the Advancing Education on Biosimilars Act of 2021. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by the Honorable Ms. Laurie Trahan of Massachusetts and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote yes on S164, the Advancing Education on Biosimilars Act of 2021 as well. Thank you.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on S-164.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Slotkin pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Slotkin will vote yes on S-164.
Purpose does a gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote yes on S-164. As the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on S-164. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on S-164.
Does a gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on S-164.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on S-164, and as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on S-164.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on S-164. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on S-164.
On this vote, the yeas are 412, the nays are 8, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 303, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 12, House Resolution 303, resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 7 to amend the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 to provide more effective remedies to victims of discrimination in the payment of wages on the basis of sex and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 1195 to direct the Secretary of Labor to issue an occupational safety and health standard that requires covered employers within the healthcare and social services industries to develop and implement a comprehensive workplace violence prevention plan and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is gentleman from Hawaii, seek recognition.
All, Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Moulton, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yea on ordering the previous question.
Purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yea on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Green from Georgia pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Green will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
How are you?
And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Norman of South Carolina, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Norman will vote no on the previous question.
Does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Ms. Lori Trahan of Massachusetts and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote yes on the motion to move the previous question on House Resolution 303. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by the Honorable Mr. Richard Neal of Massachusetts and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Neal will vote yes on the motion to move the previous question on House Resolution 303. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Karnas pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Karnas will vote aye on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
This is a gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lawson will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Member designated by Ms. Stefanik of New York, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Omar, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative Omar will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Keating pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Keating will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
I rise as the member designated by Ms. Jayapal of Washington pursuant to House Resolution 8 and to inform the House that Ms. Jayapal votes aye on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Mr. Rupersberger of Maryland pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rupersberger votes aye on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Mr. Mfume pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mfume votes aye on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Slacken pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Slacken will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on the previous question. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stube of Florida, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stube will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, and inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Moore, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
From Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wasserman Schultz pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wasserman Schultz will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Crenshaw from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crenshaw will vote no on the previous question. As a member designated by Mr. Babin from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on the previous question. Davis.
On this vote, the yeas are 217, the noes are 208. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
As for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Members, for what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on H-Res 303. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote no on H-Res 303.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H-Res 303.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Stefanik of New York, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote no on House Resolution 303.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H-Res 303.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote aye on H-Res 303.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Green from Georgia, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Green will vote nay on H-Res 303.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Keating pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Keating will vote yes on H-Res 303.
Purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Crenshaw, great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crenshaw will vote no on House Resolution 303. As a member designated by Mr. Babin, the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on House Resolution 303.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H-Res 303.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Neal will vote yes on House Resolution 303, the rule providing for consideration of H.R. 7, the Paycheck Fairness Act, and H.R. 1195, the Workplace Violence Prevention for Healthcare and Social Service Workers Act. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by the Honorable Ms. Laurie Trahan of Massachusetts, and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Ms. Trahan will also vote yes on House Resolution 303, the rule providing for consideration of H.R. 7, the Paycheck Fairness Act, and H.R. 1195, the Workplace Violence Prevention for Healthcare and Social Service Workers Act. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Norman of South Carolina pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Norman will vote no on H-Res 303.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on H-Res 303, and as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H-Res 303.
Gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition.
As the member designated by Representative Omar pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Omar will vote yes on H-Res 303.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wasserman Schultz pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wasserman Schultz will vote yes on H-Res 303.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Congressmember Napolitano vote yes on House Resolution 303.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cardenas pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote aye on H-Res 303.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes yes on the resolution.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rupersberger pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rupersberger will vote aye on House Resolution 303. As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal votes aye on House Resolution 303. And as the member designated by Mr. Mfume pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mfume will vote aye on House Resolution 303.
For what purpose does the gentle lady from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Slotkin pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Slotkin will vote yes on HRES 303.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on HRES 303. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on HRES 303.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote yes on HRS 303. As a member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on HRS 303. And as the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on HRS 303.
Danny? For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H-Res 303.
gentleman from Hawaii as recognition.
Mahalo, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Moulton pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yea on House Resolution 303.
On this vote, the yeas are 217 and the nays are 207. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, thank you. I offer a privilege resolution and I ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 312. Resolved that the House has heard with profound sorrow of the death of the Honorable Alcee L. Hastings, a representative from the state of Florida. Resolved that a committee of such members of the House as the Speaker may designate, together with such members of the Senate as may be joined, be appointed to attend the funeral. Resolved that the Sergeant at Arms of the House be authorized and directed to take such steps as may be necessary for carrying out the provisions of these resolutions, and that the necessary expenses in connection therewith be paid out of applicable House accounts. Resolved that the clerk communicate these resolutions to the Senate and transmit a copy thereof to the family of the deceased. Resolved that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn as a further mark of the respect to the memory of the deceased.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
Thank you.
Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188 and pursuant to House Resolution 312, the House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow as a further mark of respect to the memory of the late Honorable Alcee L. Hastings.